It's working. I made it. I'm here. Oh, let's fucking go. It happened. It worked. In case you didn't know, everything's broken. The tube studio, my microphone, my usual capture sources, all broke in one night. But we're holding them together with duct tape. And as you may know, we're on the wrong side of the screen. We get musical up in this bitch. Make myself a bit smaller. That way you guys get to see more of the game and less of me. Truly, it's a blessing in disguise. Oh, hi! Sunless Skies! Boom, baby, we're back. I love this game. Really tests how much shit I'm willing to read over a long course of time. Sippies. Wait. So I was going to stream this yesterday before everything broke, and then, like, by the time I'd fixed it temporarily then, I was so mentally drained I wasn't good for camera. So I did plan out our next route. We are going to... because our terror is very nominal. They will pay for delivery of bronzewood and Chorister nectar at Port Prosper. I love you too, Shmurioni. Port Prosper's all the way up there. So if we take a consignment of Chorister nectar, which we have in our vault, I'm sure. Yoink. And some bronzewood. Yoink. Don't need the crockery for anything. Also, we can't hold any of this. By the time we take off, it'll shoot out in random directions. We just need to keep souls. Those are ours. Okay. Wait. Oh, don't sell those. We can sell our munitions. Don't need those. We can sell the barrels of unseasoned ales, to crate of nostalgic crockery, and the sack of verdant seeds. And we want to buy on a couple more consignments of fuel and supplies. It shouldn't be too much of a problem by the time we reach this place. We'll practically have restocked anyway. Yeah, Port Prosper. Head all the way back up there. Head down to Magdalene's to check our terror situation. And then what I think we'll do is I think we'll go and escort the short-sighted cryptozoologist. Take it to Hybras. Hybras lies to the west of New Winchester. Hybras is port Awa. Oh, hey! It's you. Hi, Autumn. Welcome on in. Autumn is a fellow sheep that I met on Twitter the other day. A sheep librarian. Very adorable. Well, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Hello? Okay. Welcome on in to Sunless Skies. We're, it's a narrative-driven space exploration game. More sheep? Woo? You don't sound so enthusiastic about that, woo. Can I have, like, a little more enthusiasm put into that? Ooh. I've said it once and I'll say it again. Tacties. They are free money. I have no reason not to think them. Doesn't damage my reputation to sink tackety shit. Gives me free XP. Gives me free items. Why wouldn't I sink every tackety that I come across? I mean, look at that. Tackety's dead. And then... seize its cargo. I don't even have to do a check to do this. And I've got 2 sacks of verdant seeds. The sheep love you? Hi, Kara. I love you too. You've never seen this game? I think it's really cool. I'll give you the general story rundown. There used to be the Sunless Seas, which was London got itself buried under the ground in an, like, infinite ocean. They made do among horrific eldritch monstrosities down there. And then eventually they just sort of launched themselves into space using locomotives. Most of London is ripped out in another part of the sky. This is just the reach. This is the new world for London. This is what the Americas are. It even has a civil war going on right now. Seize its cargo. Hecates. Ah, free. Money. That's how I'd be making my money in the skies, baby. Isn't our ambition wealth? You got that right, it is. But yeah, we're a locomotive captain in the far reaches of New World frontier. Giants used to live in this place, and it used to have a son. But that son is long since dead. No one really knows what happened to it. Ah, piracy. You get support sides with the Civil War? You do! You can either side with the Windward Company, who supports Albion, aka London, which we're not going to do, because, Mama didn't raise no bootlicker. Or we can support, the Hecates by giving them ammunition, or just as simple as port reports, or just, like, sinking, London ships. Oh, you're gonna see the D&D movie with your grandma today? I hope you enjoy it. I got a trailer for it earlier while I was watching Tushi stream. And oh my goodness, it actually kind of looks fun. It looks like the dumb sort of fun you'd just like from a D&D scene. I could probably zone out and enjoy it. I hate when a new movie comes out that looks exciting, because I know for a fact I'm never going to spend the full price to go and view it. But we are currently on the way to Port Prosper, which is London's main big city, we'll say. We're delivering them one consignment of Chorister Nectar and one Bronzewood to fix up a clock. And they're going to pay us for it. And hopefully, if we're really lucky, we'll find a, like, really good vessel on the way. This isn't a really good vessel, but this could be a really good vessel. Signal to wreck, 70% chance? Sure. Yo! Your signal fetches their signal lamp and flashes a patient message into each portside window. There. Faltering glow burns in the frost. Someone has struck a match. You dispatch a boarding party, a trooper survivor who is eager to sign on as a hard worker, if solely from their long isolation. Will include like that blood rain from the sky, which is the best line in the D&D film so far. Probably not. But it also probably won't include me and you kissing, Cherry, which is like a crime. Gotta manage that Terra meter again. We've got Magdalene's if we ever need to, like... Yo! It's a glorious dreadnought. If I kill these things, the fucking sun over at London loses its strength. Oh, scheisse. Didn't expect both of you, huh? Get away, get away! Okay, we just gotta maintain a good distance from him. If we see him trying to close the gap, we bolt. Fuel's... not fuel. Too much steam in the engines. Oh shit, it's coming in fast. That's fine. So, London built its own sun in the sky after it killed the one that was there before them. And, if you kill these golden engines, you can weaken their sun. Now, check navigation suite, raid for hold. We'll raid for hold, see what we get. Liquid drinking box. One cask of Nerevan gemstones. Nice. That's 300 sovereigns right there. Again, we are all about that money. When you start the game, you get to choose what your, like, captain's lifestyle will be. Ooh. The middle bar your steam bar? It sure is. And if it overheats, we can't do any actions. And if we do any actions, we'll, like, rupture a pipe and it'll hurt the ship tremendously. Basically playing this game through as a pirate, because what happens in the sky stays in the sky. They can't prove I sunk their engines. Some sod is going to get smart enough to realize, wait a second. This one engine here keeps going. Gotta move. We're okay. Can't use that dodge mechanic. Level up! Okay, let's take ourselves a facet. We used to be a street urchin. We were mildly insane. We worked as servants. We were scarred by an attempt on our life. And now... family footsteps. Yeah, let's go for something with heart. Family footsteps. The apple did not fall far from the tree. The way you turned out came as little surprise to those around you. Cast from a mold, they said. Which of your family's qualities did you embody? Their virtues are their vices. You embodied their virtues. Some inherit wealth. You inherited character. Good breeding, people said. Well, perhaps. You've always been a keen observer. And learn quickly. Boop, boop. Okay. Shining, radiant, wrathful, it drifts in the sky like Ezekiel's chariot. Its golden plating is ruptured, the hymns of its crew silenced. Only the light remains fading. But still, burnished and brazen. The destroyer remains. Quench your heart, Captain, says the subversive stoker, or it draws others. So reduce your terror. Nice. Your gunners don't need asking twice. There's a flurry of activity out in the battery, and a familiar roar of your guns as they unleash a volley after volley into the radiant wreck. A final, blinding illumination like a glimpse of the apocalypse, and then the heavens are dark once more. You've lost 5 of the strength of the sun. So every time we sink one of these wreckages, the sun is slowly going to lose its strength over an Albion. I don't necessarily consider that a me problem, but, you know, I'm definitely contributing. I can't tell... oh, yeah, there it is. 70, the strength of the sun. Rumble of the far-off refineries. Distant searchlights rake the sky. Slowly forcing the British to live without light. The British are kind of used to living without light. I'm not sure what happens when their sun dies. I've never got that far. Oi, British! Ooh. Let's see. A new clock tower. Plan to call it the Albert Clock in memory of the departed Prince Consort. But there's a way to go yet. The roof isn't finished and the clock neither ticks nor bongs. You can hear the fastidious inspector up among the workings with a spanner and a can of oil, showing the workmen how it's done. Deliver materials, a cheer from the scaffolding, the foreman beams. An angel bringing gifts! Actually, you point out, you'll be needing payment. You're paid extremely well for the delivery, and the foreman shakes you warmly by the hand. Won't take us no time now, he says with a grin. Maybe we should name the damn clock after you, eh? 800 sovereigns! We are well on the way to, Ooh. I accidentally gave the, stovepipe some fortunes by doing that. Oopsies. Let's explore Port Prosper. We'll write ourselves a port report. Factories continue to belch out smoke, while over at the bridge, hopeful crowds gather outside the Admiral Nelson. Lovers can be seen strolling arm in arm along the promenade, at a respectable distance from their chaperones. was a brief protest outside the Windward Company factory, swiftly quelled. Scones at Nelson were as good as ever, though the piquancy of the gem was less than might be desired. We'll attend a grand ball. The glory of the port prosper season. Candles illuminate the great staircase that sweeps up the residence of the Windward Company, which has been chosen to host this season's ball. West Enders promenade in their finest hoop skirts and pouched collars. Predominant, white tie is the order of the evening. A few East Enders, mostly actors, have secured tickets, but most servants if they are seen at all. The orchestra is playing the score from Victoria's first ball under the throne of ours. We'd be on our worst behaviour or our best behaviour. This is a party. We will be on our worst behaviour. You drink far more than is appropriate, willingly aided and abetted by several friends among the servants. You dance reels and jigs, disrupting carefully choreographed waltzes. You compare the parsimonious chairman's voice to a dented recorder. You startle, you outrage, you cavort. The older generations are appalled, the younger delightfully scandalized. Your friends in the gallery are quite beside themselves. Stories of what you did with a bust of the consort circulate around the East End taverns for days. You won 10 quid on the lottery? You can retire now? Congratulations! Give it all to me. Don't do that. Don't do that. Flipped out. Don't give me anything. Okay, we can buy hours from here. That's good. Can we sell hours? No, we can't. Of course not. It's an export of theirs. Whatever. Queen's Cross Station. We offer transport to settlers. We can encourage others to seek adventure. A returning Skyfarer is always the centre of attention in the East End pubs. Your tales could inspire listeners to settle at other ports. Crowd gathers to listen to your tales. Your stories of daring escapes and fingernail victories go down almost as well as the whiskey. Ambition dawns in several bloodshot eyes. Some might even follow through on when they are sober. An opportunity to transport a settler would be pioneers clamour at the station, eager to make their fortunes among the stars. On my way to Lustrum. Thanking you kindly, sir. By Jove, I think it's finally my time to see the real frontier. He breaks off the handshake and cuff into his sleeve. Forgive me, I'm hoping a new climate will improve my health. Please get me there as fast as possible, I'll pay you if you do. Okay. I'm bringing the sick aboard my ship now, apparently. You know about the Albion Transit Company. Still good for me. Where's Lustrum? I don't have any idea where Lustrum is. We've got Port Avon, we've got Port Prosper, we have Carillon, we don't have Lustrum. Lustrum is the mountain. What do you mean we're not where we thought we were? Guys, wrong. It's not where you were meant to be. Is this a trick of the mists? Has the wind carried you astray? Have the heavens themselves turned on their axis? Really? Yellow. Failure. The mist is soft at the windows. The stars have gone awry. You crawl onwards. An outbreak of violent star madness among the crew. By the time you find your way back to the stretch of the sky you can locate on your chart, your journey continues. Time to go visit Magdalene's then. Oy. You don't just casually lose that much Tara? We're gonna go to Magdalene's. Magdalene's treats at Tara. Hopefully I have the ingredients to make Magdalene's work. Otherwise I'm gonna lose it a little bit. Not me personally, I mean like the Tara. The Tara is gonna make us lose it. By a little bit, I mean a lot of bits. A lot of bits are gonna come undone. And by bits, I mean my sanity. Sanity-shaped bits. Really appreciate the rumbling. Makes this place feel a lot safe. Okay. Would love to sell these things off to. That's a big payday. And considering we already have 1,200 like sovereigns, we're doing okay. Hello? Two of you. Why wouldn't I sink your ships and steal your cargo? I'm cheaper. Your cargo will indeed make me a wealthy sheep. Done, Cheeto. I'll get around to that hydration after this bout of, oh, there we go. Daring space venture is over. Couldn't help but notice I'm switching a biome as I dodge left and right there. Nice. I can hear shooting in the distance. What's the other one shooting at? Raid the hold, rummage the kitchens, raid the engine's lockbox is what you always want to do here. 150 sovereigns. Money, baby. Okay. What's going down over here? You just scarcely hear it on the wind. There we are. What are you firing at? Attackity! My payday increases, I see. Let's make some new enemies. Whoa. It's coming at me now. I'm more accurate than the tankities. Wait. Wait. Nah. Okay, now I'll do that hydrate. Before I forget. Two new supplies. I don't really need it. Thank you, boss. Oh, so cute, your heart is the only thing I can do. It's my one trick. Yoink. Pillage stores of fuel and supplies? No, such a hold. A distressingly odored barrel. With one fuel. Okay. Getting a lot of tankety nameplates, but again, it's very much within our best interest to not cash those in. Almost reaching 50% Terra. Not good, not great. Don't want to get into a situation where you have to treat your nightmares. Enter for a yawning Terran hull. As you climb through the hole, your limbs reveal uncanny marks around it. Whether caused by ricocheting shrapnel, or by vast teeth. The boarding party search is unsurprisingly hurried as they retrieve only handfuls of valuables before the hull's groans encourage them to return to the vessel. Not all of them make it. The wreck buckles with a shriek that might have issued from the throat of hell. It spins apart. Well. With crew levels low, less vital duties have begun to slip, like cleaning. Everything's covered in a layer of grime. There's a pervasive odor. Past the point of slowness and begun to affect morale, safety, and the health of those on board. Ugh. I'll take the fuel cost. The engineers sweep, swab, scrub, sluice, and polish until things are, if not gleaming, at least no longer oozing. In the meantime, your locomotive stems along as best it can. Its engines are ever hungry. Awakens. Hello, Schmel. That's the thing, though, Cherry. You can see some grim things in the dark out there. Oh, I didn't realize we bought the next tier of engine. That's great. Hair is at 65%. This is not good. I'm not going to be able to make the trip to Magdalen's. Hoping that New Winchester can help us out. Edge of the Wilderness. Surveilled by vigilant watchtowers of New Winchester. That terror reaches 100% of crew mutiny. No, I have to take a risk. Never let it be said that Sheeper wasn't a risk taker. I'm a heartbreaker. I'm a risk taker. I'm driving. You made mozzarella sticks in your dreams, but you woke up before you could eat them. It's okay, you can have one of my limbs. Grabs out the butcher's knife. Punk. Can I get an M in chat, but I hope that Magdalen's is going to save us? Which limb is your least favorite? The cup. Ding. It is late and you're alone. Doubts prey on you. Is it the path you should have taken? You trespass upon the precincts of the heaven. What price will be exacted on you? What price have you already paid? Endure! 20% chance! Your doubts are hungry tonight. You seize on your past decisions one by one. Worrying teach like wolves at a lamb. Sleep is impossible. Your shift arrives, you arise haggard and unrested. Splash water on your face and wonder what mistake will you make today. Mounting terror, driver's hands tremble at the wheel. Ford left terror behind, they say. Apparently not. Magdalen's, help us, please. I gotta resolve so many issues here. Keepsake market, great. I can recruit crew for the market. From the market. While await time of the other captains, this will unlock with 50 sovereigns. Oh, significant decrease. Magdalen's is a popular respite for most skyfarers in the Reach. There's always someone interesting to share a drink with in this house of comfort. The Blythe Bar in the reception is famously well stocked. Attendants are on hand to keep an eye on the clientele and ensure no one seeks treatment. While too squiffy. While away your hours in the company of several Windward defectors, a travelling magician, a pair of quarrelling botanists, and one almost definite ministry spy, aided by the convivial delights of a bottle or three of starshine tinted brandy. Okay, that's a little bit. No bargains, that's fine. Can I still recruit crew? Fine. I need to treat my terror. The Solace Chambers. Gil, Visions of the Heaven. I request treatment for Inui. The wonders of the heavens are no longer still your heart from beating. Let's provide a unique encounter and lower your terror. He takes your hand very briefly and holds it very gently, as though it were a rare butterfly that had alighted there by chance. This way, please. The attendant holds up a candle before 4 doors of mirrored glass. 4 of our staff are available today. Each has their own specialty. Their names are not yours to know, only their craft. He smiles suddenly, his teeth gleaming like links on a chain. You know yourself best. Who can tend to your wounded heart? Whoever you need, you can find behind one of these doors. A former crewman. They were lost in your service. She's waiting for you at her old desk in the cabin. She had attained a position of some seniority in your engine before circumstances severed you. She leaned forwards to embrace you before offering a green leather seat. Mouth quirks, accentuating the scarring on her face. Now I'm told you're feeling a little tired of life among the stars. Got chicken nuggies now. I'm peckish. Oh, speak of a watcher by the station. stares at your crew as they disembark your engine. He turns away when none emerge holding anything. He's clearly agitated. What's up? Sorry, the man apologizes. I didn't mean to stare, it's just, well, I've been waiting for a delivery from London. Really important supplies. I don't suppose you might be heading anywhere near the Relay to Albion, would you? If you could check if anything's happened to it, we'd really appreciate it. If I can. We'll write a port report. Magdalen's is buzz with activity. Barely has the clock chime before the clamour goes up at the front desk. Guests rushing to and from appointments. Lord What's-His-Face was seen in conversation with the amiable host. The East Wing was closed for general access all day. A certain distinguished admiral was seen with his second-in-command entering one of the chambers of regret. Several guests have succumbed to an excess of sentimentality and were forcibly removed. Okay. Need to check something out here. I don't have anything that tells me where Lustrum is. It would be nice. Don't have any opportunities that tell me where on the map Lustrum could be. Lustrum's where the Tacti HQ is. Ooh! The winds. They're gone. Okay. If New Winchester doesn't help us, we're going to have to come up by Magdalen's. Then we'll probably head here, grab the parcel, come back down. Those are little quests that we can do early on. See how slow we're going now that our crew is mostly dead? If we don't get that engine up to like working condition soon, we are going to suffer some explosions. Worst thing that can happen is we get some hull damage. But I think that's based on percentiles. Up until a point where it's probably not based on percentiles. A wreck hangs in the sky. Maybe I can find some crew among it? The Leonard. Something of value lies within. Someone just died. I'll head over to the captain's quarters. Captains often keep their most unusual discoveries to themselves. You turn to the cabin upside down, taking professional effects and keepsakes. Perhaps there's something useful among them. No sooner are you back aboard when the wreck breaks apart, spilling its remaining contents into the sky. It's only then that a head count reveals that you're one short. It's okay, crew are incredibly replaceable at port. Tragic to say, my crew are incredibly replaceable. You eating them chocolates again? No. You're not good at hiding your crew to safely hide. This is why you don't put sheep in control of its space engine. As in the distance, the stoker begins to sing a ballad about the chimneys of New Winchester. Sure, sing the ballad. Okay. So that's me doing the light effect. Okay. We can deliver our port reports in Victory Hall. Doot doot. Recent news, a downed locomotive on Hybris. Tacky engine's gone down in the fungal jungle of Hybris. Being a remote and mysterious colony on the very edge of the reach. The town cry pauses for breath. and enters an alarming coughing fit, having inhaled a lungful of smoke. An enterprising stovepipe claps him sharply on the back. Thanks, he sputters. Are there any brave captains willing to rescue these poor souls from perfidy and mushrooms and such like? I don't have a sky story right now. A damned locomotive is unlikely to go anywhere for a while. Okay. Drop up these reports. Ooh. Money. Hecate's doing a lot better. Yeah. Awesome. The Hecates are now curious about me. The stovepipes are now desperate. And the Hecate's fortunes are now mixed. There we go. Once was a ship that went to sea. The name was the ship was the belly of the sheep. And it was full of chocolates. Hire on crew. Hire many. Ah, we're up at 8 crew. They stumble aboard, blinking away the fog. Cool, they say. Beds! You and me both, guy. No prospects that lead me to Lustrum. God damn it, you elusive fucking mountain. I will find you. Kerplunk. We can buy those things anyway. Let's... We can buy the next tier of ship. It's not really better. Not really better at all. We can buy the Wit and Vinegar Winch and Pulley. Effectively, 8 more hold. I'll take it. More hold equals more loot. More loot equals more money. More money equals... Boom, baby. Soon may the sheep boy go to eat some chockies. Nom nom nom. Hey, I mean, I'll be hungry boy. I'm just a little hungry boy. An opportunity to respond to a distress call. A group of concerned Hecates are looking for a skyfaring captain to assist them in retrieving a missing friend. Captain! A broad-shouldered Hecate speaks for the group. A friend of ours, their protests, an acquaintance of ours, sent a message from Hybris. She needs transport back to New Winchester. He pauses for breath. Would you mind picking her up if you happen to go out that way? She's a filmmaker. Goes by Meme Lumiere. She said she'd never return, so I have to assume she's taken ill. It'd be good to make sure she gets back safely. Lies to the west of New Winchester. Hybris is a hard journey to make. I will say that much. How goes the war? Read about the latest news in the Gazette. A secret factory operating on Lustrum has been discovered by Hecate raiders. A report from Sweet Jane indicates all workers were lost, but the assets were secured. No official response from the Windward Company, but company engines have been sighted leaving Port Prosper in launch. Read about the political situation. The Assembly runs New Winchester from Victory Hall and seeks to strengthen its hand in the Reach. London's proxy for Windward Company, however, maintain a considerable presence in the Reach. Although New Winchester is still neutral ground, tensions are mounting within and without the port. Such a gazette for my name. Are they talking about me? Well, what are they saying? Your name does not appear in any of the Hecate-focused reports, and there's no mention about the stovepipes. Really? Because I'm doing a lot to destroy their engine. I guess they don't know that. Their ship just sort of goes missing in the sky. They're like, huh, what happened? They don't need to know. So next best upgrade for us is that, actually. Boom. I was about to say, next thing we should probably get is a new weapon. Boom. Done. Next. It'd be a bad idea to get something like this. Ooh, that's some spoilers. It shows you some like late game weapons that you can make and sell later, and it's just like, huh? Why would you tell me this? It would make an idea to eventually buy quarter upgrades, make some hull upgrades. Technically, the only thing we can get is bronzewood shielding, but that's fine. Better than crashing. Alright. Oh, it actually helped with some of our nightmares. That's good. I wish I knew where Lustrum was. I wish I knew. Where are my officers? Can't speak with her or him yet. I can't do anything with the Bellingham. High breast. Everything seems to point to high breast, doesn't it? Fine, but if I'm going out to high breast, I'm not going unprepared. Victoria Market. There we go. Lies to the west of New Winchester, very well. There's your weird shanty ballad for when stream is over. What do you call the weird shanty ballad? I'll get you. Train. Telegram. Thanks, Shmirioni. Love you, Shmirioni. Okay, we're gonna do a once over on this rock face. See if we can scout anything unusual. Sometimes you gotta get real close to these things in order to tag locations you wouldn't find boing otherwise. Like Hodge's Crucible. It'd be weird to me if Lustrum was to the south. Never found that thing to the south. Okay. Round and now. Then round some more. Is that Youngsford? That's Youngsford. Oh yeah, we got a new gun. It's only really a mild increase to damage, but it's still nominal. Like, yeah, that was a fast combat thanks to the new gun. Sees its cargo. 1 barrel of unseasoned hours. Might be worth starting to save the weaker cargo that we pick up for delivery requests. Okay. See, technically all of these rock faces here in New Winchester, and I've just never scanned around them. Never felt necessary. I'll do it now, though. Distant clamour of engine yards. An accretion of smog on the windows. It's just free XP to tag all of these areas. Does nothing for our terror, though. Nothing at all. Another barrel of unseasoned hours. If I cashed in those nameplates, I would have such a good freaking payday. But Techies would never forgive me. It would affect the power of war in the system too much. I can't have that. Sinking their ships, it does nothing to affect the power grab in the region. Cashing their ships in. Yeah. Besides, they already dropped loot for me, so it's fine. If we find Lustrum, which again could be anywhere because the world is technically RNG every time it spawns. If we found Lustrum, we would be able to, so hard. Ooh. Cash in all of those stovepipe nameplates from now on. They haven't even started spawning because we haven't agreed to go and collect them yet. Which is a dang shame. Bancroft's Forum. These are all locations that have no real bearing. Speaking of bearing, hello 200 centimeter teddy bear. You were a reasonable purchase. I could try stopping over at Port Avon. I haven't been in a while. Could turn in one of those trophies. Hello, Tecty. Sup? Shit. Just like that, didn't stand a chance. Seeds cargo. 2 sacks of verdant seeds. Do you have a delivery request for seeds? No. Just nectar, bronzewood, and souls. This train is a machine that turns ships into sunk ships. Medical emergency. The settler from Port Prosper staggers onto the bridge, clutching his throat. He appears to be in some distress indeed. Hair sprouts like invasive weeds from every follicle in his body, forcing its way out. We're going to throw him off the locomotive now. His fate was unsettling and decidedly untidy. Everyone bears expressions of the utmost solemnity as you bear the body towards and swiftly through the main hatch. A stoker whistles a few tuneless bars of Jerusalem through his teeth. There are sighs of relief once the hatch is closed. Murderer sheep? It's not my fault that they have so much cargo that I want. I don't necessarily deserve it, but I want it. It's fine. Doot doot. Okay. Hacked all of this area now. Again, it's good to just jam your locomotive against the walls like this in case you tag a location with XP. Guessing if you keep the infected body, it infests your crew. I don't know because I've never taken that risk. Homie started growing hair out of every follicle and then died of it. I threw him out the airlock. Well, some of our new cargo. Money, money, money. Always funny in a rich sheep's world. If I had a little money, it's a rich sheep's world. Yeah, we'll stop over at Port Avon. We haven't been in a while. They might have some... Actually, we're not really, like, rich enough to consider it. Say, we go back in, buy some more supplies. We try to high breast journey. Besides, it lowered my terror when I threw that guy out the airlock. We're going to go to Mr. Menagerie's market because I usually need a couple things to buy from him. And then once you've been, he just fucking vanishes. I've never been able to find him for a second time. He just leaves a card that's like, our market has left and we're now over here. And it's just like, I don't really have a reason to go over there aside from seeing you, bud, so, bye. They shouldn't have. Huh. West of New Winchester, so we'll head out on a direct angle. This area of the sky feels derelict enough. I'm thinking Caroline might be up here. Maybe. Caroline is where you go to have your soul treated. I will not elaborate on any of these bizarre concepts. Oh shit, we're gonna find the circus out here, actually. I think. Hush falls over your locomotive. One of your crew removes their cap in remembrance of those who died in this span of the sky. You let sheep crew your engine, he can read the fire, tend for firebox. Does that mean I put fire in the engine? I don't know what to do. I'm scared and concerned. Sets cheering on fire. Oh, never mind. Caroline might be down here. Or maybe Lustrum. coal in there. And you're like topless because it's warm? Oh, okay. You just want to see me topless, I understand. That century up. Found something. The bat returns in a huff and spends 10 minutes complaining about what it found. Cheaper! Hi, Snooze. Aha! Ooh. Rude. Yeah. Yeah. Nice try. Gain a story or a tale of terror, as long as it doesn't increase my terror. It didn't. Captain's door is covered in knots and crosses. So it transpires is the rest of his cabins, his logs, and his body. In every game for Notes 1. Whack. Okay. Turns out they were afflicted with the sky madness. Hope you're doing good though, Snooze. I was about to say, I don't remember where we got those munitions from. We got them from the floor over there. It's a dangerous stretch of sky. Oh, hi, beautiful. This place was a battlefield, a grave of techties and stovepipes alike. I'm looking at my payday. Your aw? I hope that's a good aw, not a bad aw. Boink. How are you? I'm doing okay. The stream is barely held together today, but you know, barely held together is still held together. One ministry stamped permit for suite is upholstered in skeleton and velvet brass. An opera box with artillery. Unused weaponry lines the walls. Their shadows spilling over the empty glasses strewn about, the comfortable chairs and tables. Among a stack of papers, mostly tracking suspected criminals along secret routes, is a ministry permit for discretionary activities. Get the fuck over here, little guy. I'm gonna get your engine. I'm gonna sink you. I'm gonna sink your battleship. Mine's better than yours. Uh oh. A well-placed hit shakes your locomotive. That better not have been a fucking undetonated shell in my hold. Hit. Easily hit, easily destroyed. Read or hold. Dreadnoughts are the bane of all smugglers. They surely keep their best of their finds themselves. After all, wouldn't you? A solid crate, the box is gleaming, resinous and heavy as King Bill's coffin. Oh, 2 ministry stamped permits. Or... why is the stream held together with duct tape like the Halo 2 engine? It is because V2 Studio broke. Twice. And my microphone broke once. Hey, listen to this. You hear that? You're not supposed to. The Oathbreaker. Ugh. I don't want to keep losing all my Sky stories. An argument breaks out between your 2 crewmen. One owes the other money, but cannot repay it.
Unfortunately, the dead was spawned in the name of the Burrower below, a roving god of the deep skies and a keeper of compacts. The Burrower has a low opinion of Oathbreakers. Your crew mutter darkly. They fear that this will bring them bad luck. I will banish the Oathbreaker. Cursed or not, removing him will please the crew. Tara's fallen. Now you order him confined to quarters, as much for his own safety as for punishment. You'll leave him at the next station. His remaining friends are sullen, but most of the crew are glad to be rid of him. Honk honk. God gave his prettiest little sheep boy his hardest tasks. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Shepherd. Amen. Hybrid wilds have devoured countless attempts at settlement. This is a forsaken place. Like the Destiny DLC? That's okay, it means that this place is going to get sunset. Yeah, the problem is, NVIDIA Voice should be active on my microphone right now. Which is the thing that should be cutting out, like, the noise. It's not, though. For some reason, the usual LG hub settings are not applied to the microphone. I'm going to list these things as problems and I'm going to fix them later. I've already got into contact with, like, some support people at VTube Studio. Hopefully they'll be able to deliver me some help. Use NVIDIA Voice now that you got a new card? Oh yeah! I would recommend it, but be careful because NVIDIA is kind of broke. Sometimes. Read the engine's lockbox. This on Captain's dead. It's heavy as a mice's heart. Another 150 coins. What's the voice? Something like voice meter? So NVIDIA Voice, I don't know how it works. I think it just uses, like... I don't want to say it uses AI. I think it uses, like, smart algorithms or something to, like, filter out background noise. Oh god. During your recent altercation, a round of enemy fire bored clean through the bridge. No one was killed, but your crew was shaken. Their minds wander, their hands tremble. They question orders. Something must be done. Issue a ration of brandy and lie to them. Tell them everything will be fine. Death took its best shot and it missed. Yeah. You tell them that was the bullet with their names on it, but they're all invincible now. Batten the brandy, give them the bravado that could pass. If you didn't know better, full courage. It'll do in a pinch. You have a noise gate and stuff set up in Streamlabs anyway? What do you mean Streamlabs? You lost me at Streamlabs. Oh, you what? You use the inferior streaming application? It's a bit cringe, isn't it, Cherry? Up to Magdalene's. Why not just fire randomly into the void? So what's going to happen? I'm going to need these shots. It's not like I waste ammo. Be crisp. Why do I keep sacrificing my crew into this meat grinder, and why am I about to do it again? Someone stop me! You climb through the hole. You have to feel like the crew are dead. You have to nerf yourself somehow so that you didn't become too popular overnight. I would thoroughly recommend OBS for sheer customization. And it doesn't have a shop on the main page. fumes. Ugh. Skeleton crew are unable to keep the engine in a necessary state of repair. This morning a leak filled an aft cargo with grey noxious fumes. I'll do it myself. Fumes affected and you realise as you struggle to locate the leak, they overwhelm you. You look a day later, the crew drank you out and sealed the cargo. It's managed without you for the intervening period, and it's not been easy. Oh. 78% every fucking time. Sudden jolt. Hey, we hate something, Captain, your driver observes. Mr. Fick, you can turn back and search for it. I am not offering any of that to the gods. But I will double back because I have the fuel for it. Oi! You scout amidst. Abruptly the wind picks up, throwing a hail of debris into your path. The ruin of an unfortunate locomotive thunders against your hull like a shotgun blast. You're forced to return empty-handed and battered to your original course. Piece of shit. I'm tempted to use my old strategy and just Alt F4. Game only auto saves when you go into a port. So if you Alt F4 like an asshole. Then the game is forced to bring you back. I mean, we didn't really, like, earn anything in this endeavor. Angry sheep, angry sheep. How many dead crew is that now? 10. Yeah, we got a tracker. It's fine, we're at Magdalene's. Keepsake Market. Recruit crew. Boom, baby, back up at 8. Your new crew shuffle aboard and pick their bunks, leaving their old captain in the caring hands of Magdalene's finest. It is technically desertion, but a kind that few will object. Please help me. I'm such a poorly little sheeper. I need treatment, I need treatment, I need treatment. Give me a former crew member. I'm running out of ways to treat myself here, and that's terrifying. Ooh. Nice. Sleeper? You snort me meeper? Treat my terror with, salad stewed gossip. Okay. Someone turn me a pass. Let's see what the office is like. Your old gang leader is waiting. She has a slingshot in hand and a pack of rotten apples for ammunition. Too big. Long shanks. See if the height gives you any advantage. Spends the next hour testing her theory. Magdalene's, in case you didn't know, is a place where you go, and they dress up as whoever you want, so long as it helps to treat your nightmares or terror. And we do not want to get nightmares. As far as I'm aware, Magdalene's is the only place we can treat him. Yeah, they can be whoever you want them to be. Why would you want to become sheeper to treat your nightmares? You stupid. Oh, prosper. Cheery, I hate you. Ash Colon. Stripper for repairs. Did you see that character arc that we just went through together, chat? I didn't do it. glad for it. Money isn't worth a dead crew. The money isn't worth a dead crew. Stay with me now. The money is not worth the dead crew. I think we have to go to Port Avon. I think our best bet is we get a Sky story and some vision of the heavens so we can keep using Magdalens in future. Fuck Technies. Bronzewood. Noik. Money is worth dead. God dang it, you're right. Money is worth dead crew. Honk, honk, honk. Honk, 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 honk. Completely forgot about the dead crew stuff. Gonna be honest. Okay. I'm cheaper. We're in Plenty Circus. That's a place we could go. Oh, where we could get some Sky stories. And now that we have that, it'll tell me where the location is. West, northwest. West, northwest. So it's over here. It is literally right now. We never got to it before. We have a Sky story to do this. I'll sign up to the call. I'll go and rescue your men. Rescue the tank, the engine offers opportunities, and not necessarily just for the tankies. Cheers go up among the crowd as you step forward. God bless you, Captain, the crier says. His eyes are washed with tears. Oh, that could just be the smug. New Winchester needs more of such stock. Where now the heroes of the blockade? He hands you the report, which reveals the engine was last seen heading to Hybros. Huron's on calling for a state of perpetual revolution to a mixed response from the crowd. Okay. Sell those munitions. Sell 4 of those. And then bank the wood. Again, ideally, we want to eventually be able to go over there and do the Hybros quest. Our fortunes have not been tipped particularly well. Port Avon. I'm going. Fuck you. Cannot stop me from going to Port Avon. I will go to Port Avon. I'm not stopping for anything. Stopping for nothing. Unless I see a delicious looking tackety. See how close I came to hitting those rocks there? That was me stopping for nothing. What tackety? Told you I wasn't stopping for nothing, and there's nothing now. You didn't see nothing. Honk. Hopefully I'm welcome in Port Avon right now. I know that they can get kind of ornery. Nebula shines on this place. Its light is mellow as melted butter. Port Avon, everybody. It's just a lovely little town. Quiet day in Port Haven. I don't want to buy cheap fuel, thank you. I want to go to the Noah Inn. I'm going to head upstairs, and we're going to deliver the Kenton Kari trophy. Club will pay to hang this on their wall. A stout veteran pokes it. What a horrible creature. He twiddles his bushy mustache. Perfect centerpiece. Jenkins, fetch the hoist. Read a book of speculative fiction. The fabulous works have been accepted in a number of publications, including Murgatroyd's Miscellany, Heart and Heaven, and The Seasonal. He is prodigious. Which story catches your eye? The Eyes of Heaven, Bones in the Well, The Devil's Confession, The Vacant Throne, A Corpse at the Window. P. Parsons' Cookpot, I like Bones in the Well. Being a macabre tale of one's soul's descent into solitude and madness. The third day it rained, the sky was a grey, drizzly circle, and a whale's mouth from above. The rubble underfoot darkened, then swam with mud. Perhaps he would drown today, Joseph thought. A slow way to die. He remarked to the skeleton that shared the well with him. Raindrops tip-tapped on his skull. The skeleton was a good listener. Joseph had already shared all his secrets with it. All of that except one. Now holding on to that last secret seemed pointless. After all, he was likely going to drown before dinner time. He cleared his throat. It was I who pushed you, he confessed. That was an M. Night Shyamalan plot twist. Okay. I'm going to go to the Cyclopean ruins. I think you can get visions of heaven if you just enjoy the picturesque surroundings of the heavens. The milky mist billows across the sky. The stones pour cold shadows over you. They loom like stooping giants. You are so tiny, so fleeting, so easily squashed. You hurry from their choking immensity, seeing the smaller, familiar shapes of cottages, of trees, of locals leaning on their painted gates. With one out Port Haven welcome. Oh, I can sell them one bronzewood and buy 3 more of those. Okay. 295 a pop? You're having a laugh. Or I'm having a laugh. I'm having a laugh. Do. Yeah, hopefully they pay me more for the Scribe Spinster trophy. Scribe. And the Hornets that I'll have to fight. I'm gonna have to fight a lot of those when we find Titania. I'm gonna guess Titania's over here. I get the general feeling that's where Titania's gonna be. Titania is a big fucking flower. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Okay. Slowly press our way up through here. Hopefully we come across enough one of those giant sky terrors that we can blow up. It's not a ship, that's a searchlight. You can't fool me. I may be a little guy, but I'm a smart little guy. I'm a little genius, I might say. Oops. Is this roguelike and randomly generated every time you play? The format, I take it? So essentially the way that it works is only the map is RNG. I think some of the crew members might appear at certain places, but it's not really dependent on anything. You can die, but if you play it on Merciful, you won't. And if you do die, sometimes you can pass on some of your loot to the next captain. But if you happily retire, that's a whole other story. Each new game you start, though, the map does get just jumbled up. Nothing will ever be in the same place twice. Oops. Pressing all the wrong buttons today. Just Windows tabbed by accident. And then I spammed tab because I forgot how I could, like, control a game. We should run into, like, one, maybe two ships on the way up here. Usually I can't complete this stretch of the sky without... There you go. Without finding some prey to destroy. Yoink. The engine's lockbox, baby. Why would I ever take anything else? Although I should start getting into the habit of raiding the captain's cabins because they have stories in them, I think. Stories and gossip, I think, is the key. And I need those to go back to Magdalene's, otherwise I'm just gonna die of terror in the skies. Bridge's clock chimes twice, quickly. This close to the Isambard line. Time is devious. Isambard line is basically the thing around the entire map. Like, going past that, things get wet. Ding! Okay. Get to the bazaar, sell our souls. Ooh, for a fresh deal on ours. And that's all we need to do here for now. How's Port Prosper doing? Right, port report. Same as before. We'll take a factory tour. Today, the factories of Port Prosper are open to the public. The factories of Port Prosper's east end belch out smoke. Inside, ours, mined from the mother of mountains, are refined. Workers live in tenement blocks, adjoining the smokestacks, and are rarely seen in the rest of Port Prosper. Today, the owner of the Windward refinery is allowing visitors to tour his factory. We'll lurk in the shadows, loiter even. This will always increase your eastward reputation. From your vantage point in the gloom, you see all sorts of things the visitors are not privy to. Bowers being assigned to destinations based on bribes rather than need. Fatigued workers revivified by sips of unrefined hours. Several respond poorly and are hauled away to the infirmary. Only the most useful and vigorous workers have been assigned to the workstations the tours pass through. The rest wait in less sightly rooms. In the shadows, one aged man catches your eye and winks. You're welcomed by the impoverished East Enders. Attend the Grand Ball. Oi. So this place is mostly about just, I guess, increasing our reputation with the East End. Because naturally I would. Why would I go for the upper class? Why would I mingle with the upper class? Nah. If I destroy the upper class, I get that money. Oh, I can submit the paperwork for a travel permit. That's cool. Where's the delayed package? Turns out the previous courier was detained for having the wrong paperwork. Fortunately, the goods were impounded on this side of a relay. A bored customs official is glad to clear some space in their cramped office. As long as you don't want to travel between regions without the appropriate paperwork, they couldn't care much less about the cargo. This package has been serving a double duty as a card table for the last week. But now it's yours, and the people of Magdalene's will be glad to receive it. I am not traveling to Albion. I am not traveling to Albion. I am not traveling to Albion. That will kill us. That'll kill us so bad. Being an Albion will destroy this engine. You put the edifice behind you and head back towards the feuds and fortunes of a reach. The stars wink. Right, now we head back down to Magdalene's. I almost said head back down to Maggie's. That's not a name, but close enough. Hi, Sheeper. Hi, Cat. Welcome in. How you doing? It's me, Sheeper. I've been talking with high-pitched voice all of a sudden. I saw you walking in and I inhaled helium rapidly. Let me buy some fuel and supplies. Unfortunately, the more items we have in our hold, the less fuel efficient this baby's going to be. But fortunately, that doesn't matter. You tired? You just woke up making tea? Well, good morning. I'm a little sheeper guy. I'm here to make your morning something. Island. Distant shriek through the tangled undergrowth. What haunts this far-flung path? That's what I want to know. Mad Mercy's claim. Sacred structure, ruined by time. Well, we can't assay it because we don't have an assaying tool. And we're not going to have an assaying tool. Look at me like that, teddy bear. He's looking at me funny. Gave me damn eyes, you know what I'm saying? Ooh, refreshing by the windows. Bright-headed pardoner eels. We don't have canning equipment. We can't do anything with those. Ugh. I'd like to equip equipment on my ship, but here's the thing. I think we have to use this slot for it. Like, mining equipment specifically is really good in this area. You can mine trees and get bronzewood, and in case you forgot, bronzewood sells for 175 sovereigns a pop. That's money, that's stonks, that's profit. Taking the long way around to Magdalene's. This is another end through the yawning tear in the hull. I don't think I can stop myself this time. Signal for wreck? Was a crewman aboard. Oh, hello. You scumfuck pirate. What have we got? An intriguingly bulging sack. How pleasing. It rattles. 34 sovereigns. That's about as much effort as I expended there. Tara's doing fine up here, it looks like. Shooty sheep, shooty sheep! Pew, 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 pew. I wonder how Tara's calculated. If I had to guess... Oh! These fucking things. We're good. A scribe spinster. Defeated. The splintered remains of a spinster turn slowly. The skies are full of fluttering paper. It's as if someone brought confetti to a funeral. There's my trophy. You drinking here, you can't just say bulging sack mid-sip. Hell yeah, I can. Crew set about the creature with hacksaws, while the quartermaster prepares a board. Once the entrails are dried, they nail it firmly there. The hunting club will no doubt wish to replace it with something in mahogany or bronzewood once you deliver it. This will do for the moment. Gross. I'm gross. I do gross things. I take the remains of my slain foes and I, carve them up and I send them to the hunting club. You can try asking me what the fuck that was, I've got no idea. I've never read any lore about those things. Oh, is this a direct line out into the Isambard? Nah, we can't get out here. Very excited to find out what happens when you do. 'Cause I know you can. Chugga 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 choo choo. I'm Sheeper. Carrot 24%, that's fine, Maglin's is the oh, that's right, we can't get any. Distant shriek throughout the tangled undergrowth. What haunts this far-flung path? Is Sheeper? Gotta say, spooky path. Very spooky. Frightfully spooky, I might say. Your condensation trails. Ooh, condensation. Seem to be any point to this area here. Oh well. We'll do well when we've destroyed some more stuff over here. Doot doot. %, Tara. The Grey Witness. The name for a mountain and a half. She feels like it fell out of a name generator, though, I'm not gonna lie. It's like I go on fancynamegenerators.com and I'm like, give me a mountain name. And they're like, The Grey Witness. I'm like, oh, cool. Plug that into my D&D setting. Okay, now we're back into spooky town. Should we try and light lanterns? We can try. %6 chance. Do I do it? Once every grave had a lantern. Now most lost or stolen. Your crew, blah blah blah. We're under attack. Leo, stand firm. Stand firm! Wow! We didn't lose any crew though. Mako, stand amidst the wreckage. Beside you, your hardiest crew, following their captain to squalling writhing hell. It's done. Your arms hang heavy from the weight of your guns. The effluvia of Kantankari is spattered across your faces, and the graveyard of miners is churned with mud. You cry victory as the last of the Kantankari swims back into its hole. Why do I bother? Sound of the boat is really good background noise, I don't know why. Your brain's really digging it. What do you mean the boat? This is a locomotive, baby. It's a pure locomotive. Wait, no, wait. I don't want to... No, wait. We're going to destroy the Kenton Kari. To lose a bit of terror. Excellent. Gain sovereigns from this one. Otherworldly artifacts don't do anything for me in this guy. Goddamn cantankerous Kenton Kari, that's literally the lore behind them. They're just angry little rocks. Their world was dying, so they just hibernated through it, and now they've woke up, they're just angry at everything. I've had a decent bit on our map now. Okay. Hopefully delivering this cargo grants us something, because I don't think we have any Sky Stories to treat ourselves anymore. We have a lot of Tales of Terror, and that's it. Maybe the keepsake market is there. Oh, hi! Experience a Sky Story and hear the tales of the Kenton Kari. Its parting grumble is bitter and mournful. Your crew share tales of the Kenton Kari to distract them from the noise. Its last sound is a prolonged grunt, like a heavy snore on the brink of waking. The crewman tells a tale to his prior commission. Served on the Nibelung, a mining engine out of Lustrum. 4 cracking sky rocks digging out ours, but the 7th rock didn't hold ours. Held one of those. Indicates Kenton Kari. Devil batted halfway through the hull before we got away. What was that? Oh ho ho ho! These things I would have missed. Get from my pet tacties. Kill! Unusual cargo, supplies. Unusual cargo. Selection of immaculate souls. Very cool. Ooh. Come on. Give me your cargo. Don't fucking run. Never worked for anyone else. Luminescent cage. Ooh, vision of the heavens. That's good. We can actually use it to treat our terror. Also, 1 fuel just drifting there. Cool. Wait, no. I thought I lined myself up perfectly for this. Such a hold. 38 sovereign? Really? Huh. Well, okay. And back at Magdalene's. Doot doot. The keepsake market. A while away time with the captains. There we go. Beatrice's exchange. Nah, I'm good. Bazaar. Yeah, I'm good. Checking out Magdalen's House of Small Comfort. Write a port report. And we will deliver the previously impounded goods. There should be payment for delivering this. And as for Magdalen's opens up the crate and breathes a sigh of relief. Finally. Our prisoner's honey. We're almost out. Can't thank you enough, but I can pay you for your troubles. 200 sovereigns is okay, I guess. Hehe sec, I didn't read it for this exact reason. Didn't read it for this exact fucking reason. I know what you're like. Let's treat some terror. There is no reason not to stay, like, good. %0 terror. Nothing scary going on here. Very close to leveling up. Very close. And assuming that our terror is okay when we get back to New Winchester, I'm going to make journey out west. Hopefully in a new local. I think we have enough to sell, where we can buy ourselves the next tier of locomotive. Which again, I don't think is really an upgrade, but it's fine. God, I will kill my crew if they give me the event here. Don't you fucking... Good. Not over 30% chance, no thanks. Honk honk. Yeah, we be zooming. We be... Hecate. Ray. Hi, buddy. Nice shit. Level up! I need some more hearts. Goddamn. This event was fucking named for me. A black sheep, you never fitted in. You were a piece from another puzzle. You came to revel in your family's disappointment. Their disapproval was a trophy. Their condemnation a commendation. Don Cheadle! Stretching. A scandal. You were a gossip of London salons, and a target of blistering editorials in the Gazette. Mad they said. Bad they said. Dangerous to know. Why did they resent you? For your failures. The disappointment you are. And how often and lengthily they informed you of it. Things that mattered to them were unimportant to you. You would find your own path. Kinda need to get veils and eyes up constantly. They're what matters to running the engine later on. A spell in prison, that makes sense to me. Have you seen me? See, I can't do the bed wolf and lamb because you know me. But Judge Stonyface condemned you to New Newgate. The stalactite prison of Old London. Its dark was thick as tar, its cells were small as pantries. How'd you spend your days now? Or share from our time quietly. You notched each dismal day onto the cell wall. You stayed clear of the monsters, and the meek they preyed upon. You dreamed of the day of your release. Or your VTubing? Yeah, hi Schmeenish. I did get it working today. My other option was that I start flesh tubing, but you know me. Doot, doot. You like your robot game? You still throwing planets at each other? Okay. I really need to check around ports, because I don't think I got enough ports last time. Ah well. Victory Hall. Recent news, skullduggery at Port Avon. Pages of Gazette are awash with scandal. The Port Avon Parish Council complains of noise from the local ruins at night. Prudent Secretary is eager for any confirmation of techie activity in the ruins. The injured veteran would also like someone to look into the matter, though not too hard, mind. Can't dull it. Victory Hall, trading the port reports. Little more gratuity. Tacity's favor's going great. This time you teleported your commander away and then just... Oh. Kabloomy to the planet the enemy was on. Don't get the mint sauce out. I'll die. When did you get VIP'd? Oh, like earlier. Oh, love sheeper, love you too, Schmel. You went and you had breakfast? I hope it was tasty. The Fortunate Navigator. He is thoroughly examining your engine's pipework. He's a quartermaster, right? Fuck, he's a first officer. Crucial bits, this. Look how it's been maintained. Beautiful. Your stoker beams. Now it's me. Mid-flight patch 2. Offer him a roll in the locomotive. He's eager for a new challenge. You'll regret this, Captain. The navigator pumps your hand. He's an Imperial, people descended from the ancient Mongolians and led by the Eagle Khan, whose technology opened the door to the skies. A passing skyfarer tussles the navigator's hair. Good luck, the woman says with a grin. Navigator rolls his eyes. She's from my last crew. They thought I brought them luck. I didn't, but I'm still good at hire. Now we get to choose which one we want. I'll take the one that gives me iron. I like to confront. I burnt the bottom of your eggs, but otherwise it's good. Completely understandable. I'll burn the guy. Fine sounds. We're doing in the bazaar. Port Avon, still not doing it. I'm not doing any contracts for Port Avon. I am not doing any contracts at Profit London. Or the Windward Company. Yo, new train check. The Shep. Or it's the Shepherd class locomotive, baby. Boom. Alright. Nice. She's got 2 bridge slots on her. It's nice. Oh. I just noticed a future problem with this one. In fact, I noticed a problem so big with this one that I'm going back to the old locomotive. This thing has a crew requirement of 6. That's exactly as many crews I need to, like, run my engine. If I switch to this and this, like, if we lose 1 crew, the engine's fucked. While someone burn eggs, they're literally the easiest thing to cook. Hi! I'm Sheeper, have we bet? Maybe toast or pizza rolls are the same difficulty as cooking eggs? Yeah, but you can burn toast. I wouldn't advise it, but you totally could. Doop doop! Okay, we schmoovin', we schmoovin'. Right, heading out here for Polymer and Plenty Circus, which should be around these ruins. And we're heading over here for High Brass. You once burned toast and you were watching it in the toaster? What the... Toasters are awful. I hate toasters. Reminds you of people in your college dorm lighting the washing machine on fire? How do you What? That's an 8th beanie tier blunder. Smiles like a bitch. Mutton? That's me! Okay. Is that... You've never caused the fire while washing your clothes? It's the sort of shit you could tell me that you did and I'd believe, you know. Bell in the machine, you think, if you remember right, got too hot from too much in it or something? That's whack. Oh, there it is. That's circus. Didn't take us much. I just wanted to go to the mob circus. Mom said no. Poor people, diseases. As I glide her swiftly into port. Oh, the amiable vagabond. I'll come back to you, sir. Inconceivable circus, the greatest show. That's what the adverts promise. The reality is not impressive. Aside from the big top that dominates the circus, the place is shabby, poorly maintained, and even more poorly attended. Bored-looking circus folk, they run rotting booths. Fans painted on smiles are no match for the deep-set misery behind the grease paint. Even the calliope music playing on the run-down piano is more grimly resolute and cheery. Right at Port this doesn't seem a location of tactical importance, even so that may be interesting in who intends. The big top looms dramatically in the fog of the Reach, but it's not nearly as imposing as the massive obelisk floating nearby. Some enterprising soul has hung a bunting between it and the big top. As for the circus itself, outside of the performers, it's practically deserted. Maybe the first new face in the audience for quite a while. Gonna go play Wolong and be quiet. Don't be quiet, I love you. At shops, bazaar. Can't sell them any in it. We can buy fresh hours. Get your fresh hours here. Ooh, they sell bronze wood for 175. Nice, nice. That means that I could buy it here, bring it over to Port Haven, sell it. Boom. Big brain. Okay. Purchase a ticket to the circus. A bored urchin in a dusty top hat waits to take your money. The urchin hands over your tickets with no apparent enthusiasm. Thanks, he mutters. Okay, let's enter the big top, the pride of the circus. Whatever that counts for here. No one in the meager audience displays any enthusiasm, not even when the ringmaster thunders in on horse-drawn calliope. Then come the acts themselves. Oh dear. The humiliated magician's trapdoors fail to open, leaving his glamorous assistant notably unvanished. The bereaved acrobat swings from a single trapeze, the other hangs lonely and unused. Pensive clown's fire-juggling act ends in disaster, and not a humorous kind. Less said about lion tamer the better. He should recover. Okay, what about the amusements? It should be enjoyable. You spend some time watching the sideshow attractions. The amazing invisible flea circus is immediately disappointing. The circus strong woman, on the other hand, is arguably too good for the place, effortlessly raising all manner of heavy things over her head. Problem is that she makes it look so easy that the audience just shrug. Seems the only thing she cannot lift is the mood. What a great place. Anyway, the amiable vagabond. You find him waiting serenely at Gervais' rest, clay pipe clamped between his teeth. Claims to be an expert in snake wrangling, thimble twisting, and stick swinging. He professes to be a psychologist, mythologist, and escapologist. He boasts he can tell stories that'll haunt you until you die and play tunes that'll make stones dance. And if all that fails to entice you, he supposes he could turn his hand into signaling. Couldn't care less for your sufferance. He wants to swap stories? Done. Welcome aboard. When you accept him aboard, he pulls a grimy bottle of something opaque and undefinable from his inner coat pocket, and takes a long celebratory swig. Hope you're not having second thoughts already, he says, and roars with laughter. He has no luggage to speak of, just a bindle over his shoulder and a fiddle in a battered leather case. Once he's slunk both onto his bed, he heads to the galley and starts performing card tricks and telling ribald jokes at the crew. Most find him charming, Several make their apologies and abscond. Okay. How are you? 2 irons, 6 veils. Or 4 hearts, 4 veils. It's more rounded, I think. Also you, and let's take a look at the stat block. Yeah, it's a lot more of a rounded crew now. Okay. Well, that's the most thoroughly disappointing visit to the circus since I was 12. Went to the circus once. Kind of mid. Kind of real mid. You know? Like, I can so get why circuses have been dying for years now. Boop boop. Okay. West we go. 2 hybrids. We're gonna make the journey now. If we die along the way, or if we get perilous along the way, we are playing on merciful mode, so we can just all level. Should be the entrance to Hybris coming up around here somewhere. Maybe not. Maybe not. A cryptic stalker once held a memorial service for the crew that have recently died in your service. Judging by his tattoos of a storm studded with mouths, and his rattling collection of talismans, the ceremony is unlikely to be Christian. I'll approve and attend. You find a place at the back of the room and remove your hat. Failure. How do we fail to a funeral? Cryptic Stoker appears before gathered mourners with his face painted storm grey, and his amulets rattling like a distant thunder. He speaks of a storm that remembers, his voice reeling between a croaking approximation of an old woman's voice, a shrill mockery of a child's, a drawing attempt at a high society patriarch. The crew seem unconvinced by the outlandish ceremony. Perhaps they long for the sober, plodding Sunday services of their youth. Well, as long as we didn't offend any gods by accident, that's cool. I do not want to be on the bad side of the gods in this game. They will thumpkin come for me. Should be a... Oh, this looks like it. The Van Zessen Waste. This isn't it. This is not the route to Hybris. This is... bandit territory. Sky Story, please. Thanks. Here amidst the bones of failed settlements, marauders have made their home. Hey, don't speak like we're any better than marauders, though. I'll read the saved finds. Maybe I'll just search for unusual items, see what we find. Explore the captain's cabin. 2 salon stewed gossip. That's great. I could trade that at Magdalene's. Suddenly the surviving is looking good. Third one down. Let's get some more unusual items. More gossip. Thank be sky gods. Whomsoever they may be. Storm that speaks, not you. Burrow below, I see you. Kenyon's Hand. It's a marauder outpost. You can see the little parked trains. It doesn't attack you or anything. Just sort of passing through. Hi. feel like I want to follow that rock around. It said west of New Winchester, so it could be anywhere between this sort of quadrant. We're not doing great on fuel and supplies to get to it, but the first time we get there, it will be fine. Cannot explain what I'm talking about yet, but you'll find out. Was an otherwise great haul of gossip. I need that stuff to fuel me. Oh, and with that, we'll be able to do the Port Avon quest that we couldn't do before, too. Which required us getting gossip. We just have 2 quests pointing at Hybris, and I haven't been yet. You know, didn't we take the engineer somewhere and just never talk to him again? We'll converse with him. They've only been more relentless since their appointment. The incautious driver paces back and forth, clicking their tongue. Must have been a crash in the nature reserve. Bob sent me there to take up a nice quiet job. Always did love botany, but when they pulled me from the wreckage, I had new dreams to follow. Well, they were mine. Now how can I be sure? New resolve washes over their face when they turn back, eyes sharp and sparkling with a flicker of emerald. Either way, I know where I have to go. All Tom's well. Give me the will, Captain. I have an appointment to keep. The well lies south of New Winchester. I think this guy is ready to go to a well. Actually saying that, he's the most daring of the crew members we've got, I feel like, so maybe. Ah, carnival folk, martial little people, the vagabond grins. Why, 'cause you a clown? Got him. Got him. I got his not real narrative-driven video game ass. Got him. Greatest show! Oh, not stopping by. I am in fact out of here. Making some very decent profits. 1642 sovereigns. A bit more and we'll be able to buy one of my favorite early ships in the game. Absolute titan of trade. The Von Zessen Waste. So I said I'd go to here and follow this around and downwards. If that doesn't take us towards Hybris, I don't know what will. Hybris technically has 2 entrances and exits to it. Oh, I think we're in one of them now. Remember you originally swore up and down? You'd make your model a clown girl. You have a V-tubed. Now you're really happy as a sheep. I'm really glad that you're happy as a sheep. You just find it funny thinking back on it? See, I always said that, like, I would make my model into a William. And, like, eventually I got weird ideas, and, then sometimes I'm just sort of like, I don't know. Sometimes I'm just not a William now. Because when you've got 2 characters that you adore very much, sometimes you just have to be both. Yep. Should get like a hotkey to do that. But then I might accidentally catch it and become Dr. B at random. My original character concept was either a sheep boy or I would become a generic slime. Not slime. A generic cat boy or maybe a slime. And then I became neither of those. Starting to think I'm gonna miss Hybris completely. If anything, I guess we're going to Old Tom's well early. Oh, but this looks right. Uh-oh, I think I know where we are. I don't think it's hybrid, but it has every possibility that it'll make me very wealthy. The design came from making a moonboard, never heard of it, and slowly shaping out how the idea of autumn would look like. And stuff with a friend. It sounds adorable. I kind of went in without a lot of input from people, like, hey, I'm gonna be a VTuber now. And, like, I was. People have been dealing with the consequences ever since. Because I've only ever really commissioned one artist for, like, most of my pieces. So I just, like, went to them when I saw them doing, like, VTuber commissions, and I was like, hey, can I be a VTuber? And they were like, sure. And they made me a model. And then I eventually added legs to him. That's a weird span of nothing. Eased the bite, picking out what her hair would look like, her eyes closed, etc., and all slowly came together. We love the slow process. What the fuck? We love the slow process. Is that a curator? Curator. Sherry, it's your people. I'm in some shit right now. Okay, but what is this, though? Command your crew to break the ice? Fuck no. A vast sheet of ice is frozen over the ossified corpse of a vanquished beast. The surface is pockmarked with failed mining attempts, collapsed shafts extend into the frigid tomb, and abandoned mining equipment litters the ice like discarded toys. Legend and rumors gather about the beast entombed below, a mythic horde yet unclaimed. No. The wind howls, your engines struggle to clear the ice frozen to it. Debris scatters in your wake, rolling across the surface like die cast around a board. There's a fierce crunch, and then your engine is free. Also, that violin means that the crew are seeing something terrifying right now, which means that terror is stacking. Search for treasures, take a trophy. Search for treasures, take a treasure. Its wings are perforated and torn. Its head lolls like a broken toy. It is still. The curator's wings have curled in death, swaddling its body. The lump suggests concealed items, but you need to unfurl the wings to investigate. You and a crew member don sky suits and head outside. This creature's wings were thin and battered even before you trained your weapons upon it. They tear when you unfold them. Its body is thin, the ridges of its ribs pressing through the patchy dull fur. An old scar traces the shape of a sigil. Can't look at it, Captain. Make my teeth sing. An engineer winches and turns away. Well, it gave me a chance. We'll take the trophy. We vanquish a monster of the wilderness. Take the proof. Its vast jaw displays a row of yellowing fangs, sharp as chisels. Each is stubbornly rooted in the scarlet glistening gum. And the beast's head itself is too huge to display. You settle instead for a long-fingered claw. It can hang in the engine room as a reminder of your victory. At least till the smell becomes intolerable. Ah. Curator nests. Guys, we've hit the jackpot. Take the eggs. What if your crew dons their thermal sky suit and steps out into the cold? After a few minutes they return, clutching an object that looks uncomfortably like a large wasp's nest. Reckon it's a curator egg, they say, carefully handing it to you. Looks delicate, but it has a heft to it, As if something dense is nestled beneath all that papery outer layer. I'll take it. One of your people swaddles the egg in a grease-stained blanket and wedges it into your hold. Sitting among crates and barrels, it looks more fragile than it did before. Oi! I spawned a curator on me, goddamn, okay. Understandable, I did just steal your young. Excuse me. Wait, no, I didn't want to interact with the ice sheet. Give me that egg. Give me the egg. Give me the egg. Also send that back. Must be another one down the way. Oh, hi, Ginger. You got the internet and Wawa back? Okay, this time we don't need to take a trophy. We'll just take some loot. The net is fraying and easy to snap. It's been damaged by the contents. Unkind things. Carnivore's tooth, thick, long shaped rip and gouge. The nameplate of a locomotive, blasted beyond reading, twisted and torn. Its edges are raw. A perfect sphere, smooth to the touch, and black as gilt. It seems out of place in this array. Do you notice that your sky suit has eroded where you held it? Okay. Hope you're doing well though, Mr. Snapple. I miss you. A couple days ago, me and Ginger were doing a little stream where we were trying to write, like, what if D&D evolved? It wasn't immeasurably easy. Force the doors open to the hold. Process locked, but a pry bar makes an effective key. Oh, we made it! No one died! Your driver holds your locomotive steady alongside the wreck as the crew take turns with the pry bar. Eventually, the bay doors are sufficiently parted and permit the spryest of you to squeeze through. So in very turn, and what's this they found? 1 caddy of dried tea. Lovely. I need to turn this expedition back now, though. We're too far in. Gotta pull the plug on this expedition. Gotta go head back now. 4 and 4 and Terrace Mounting. Not gonna deal with that. Nope, going back. No one died, Lane. Ten people have died. Check Discord, you've been working on tiny... What? Oh, I completely understand now. He's been working on tiny fungus min-max. That makes sense. Salome's Fall. Wah! That's how you pronounce that. Yep. I know that Carillon exists in a place like this. Let's see if we can't find it. We found nothing. Fuck it, we circle. Honk honk.
Okay. It's in here. We've just not been able to get to it. Highbreast, I mean. There's going to be a passageway that loops down and around and up, and Highbreast is here. How Highbreast is always shaped. I recognize that wall. The wall of Highbreast. I want to go back to New Winchester first. These eggs are 200 a pop. As I'm aware, there's nothing else to do with them. Ooh. Should maybe run into a Tacti or two on the way back. You should summon Joshi from the air as you do so we can armor. He's got luck today. I'm cheaper. At least I think he's at LARP. In case anyone's wondering why my tracking looks different today, it's because I physically cannot use NVIDIA tracking. It kills the software. And the only way I found to fix it is to reinstall the software. So the second time I launch VTube Studio today, it will break. And then, if I want to use it again tomorrow, I'll have to reinstall it again. I'm going to convince my family to switch everything off so the generator can run your PC. Yeah, Ginger has no power really right now. Didn't even realize NVIDIA had its own tracking. They do. I don't know how it works, but they do. This Terror had better be a substantially good hit. Okay, watch that shit. 40%. 15! Nice. An eggmonger. We will sell all of our eggs. Oh, never mind, you get 300 from them. Side of a small stall at the far end of the platform is rife with mistakes. How is it possible to commit so many errors when writing words "I buy eggs"? My man in the stall wears a crooked hat and a tattered coat. He's in possession of more twitches than teeth. Catch us some eggs, Captain, or buy 'em. He points to the sign proudly. You place your eggs on the counter, only for the man to knock one of them off with his elbow. He catches it as he falls, demonstrating luck, not coordination. He then searches around under the stall, with the egg tucked precariously under his arm. Eventually he gives up looking for a container to stow it in, which places the eggs on the floor behind him. He'll no doubt trip over one and shatter the lot. He digs in his pockets, pulling out handfuls of coin and depositing them on the counter. When he's finished, he gives you a nervous smile. The transaction is apparently concluded. What a lovely gentleman. Oh, we found Titania. It is southeast of New Winchester. Good. Okay. We need to bring them seeds. Irony. Valentine. Seven and 7, we can still make the Highbreast journey, I'm sure of it. South-southeast, so it is down here like I theorized. Aha! Not gonna read that. No idea, in fact, what you're saying, honey. Beep beep.
Honk honk. We are stacking up that money now. 2,510 sovereigns. I'm pretty sure to fulfill my ambition, all I need is 5,000. He said, hello, I'm Cockney and I'm uncultured. Isn't Cockney in London? Isn't that where you get the cock? I don't need to explain to you a goddamn thing. The power just came back on? Welcome back! The power. How the fuck can Twitch just let you say that twice? Twitch never lets me say the same thing twice. It gets mad at me, it's like, that message is too close to one that you just sent. Hey, can your ship drop some bronze wood? Or maybe seeds? Don't forget to flip the right switch. You know what you're talking about. Cockney is East End of London. God, I fucking hate Cockney. He joked. I hate London. That's what I hate. I hate London. I went to London once. I hate it. I hate it so badly. Boop, boop. New arrivals at the circus. A fire burns bright by the obelisk when newcomers mingle. None of them seemed to know what drew them here, save if they had nowhere else they knew they should be. They trade stories, and less for liquor from their flasks, finding solace here for reasons, but even they can't seem to explain. Who were they before they were called here? Called into their stories. Of the broken, the disavowed, the fugitives, every visitor has their own story and hole in their heart. A few demonstrate acts, which they hope to join the circus itself. Others talk of their plans to leave this place and resume their lives. Not today, but tomorrow, or the day after that, perhaps. You went once as a kid and you've never been back. You would have to pay me to enter London. And no one would pay you to enter London. I'll purchase tickets to the circus. That's more stories, baby. 10 another performance. What wonders await you this evening? Tent is barely any more populated than the last show. The ringmaster does his best, fixing a wide grin under his mustache as he introduces what passes for act. Okay. The humiliated magician's tempt saw his assistant in half comes to an unfortunate end. High above, the bereaved acrobat again performs their half of the routine for a tiny amount of applause. Afterwards, the pensive clown trips into the spotlight, dropping the balls he juggles. It's silent enough to hear them hit the floor. It ends when a headstrong woman lifts a very large barbell over her head. She repeats this several times when the crowd's reaction isn't as enthusiastic as she'd have liked. The show ends with a smattering of reluctant applause. They have enough to bring the big Natural History Museum attempt to lure you in. I know, right? Visit the amusements. Okay. Most of the stalls here are empty. Their owners are either asleep or long since gone. You gamely make the most of them from the Hall of Mirror. There's only one. To the Whack-A-Rat game, currently closed due to the rats having unionized. At least if day proves quiet, with nothing actively trying to kill you in the high wilderness. That counts as a vacation. Natural History Museum is animals, not jewels. You think Britain has its own wildlife? Not anymore. Speak to the ringmaster. He puts on a good face for the customers, but he's clearly troubled. Ringmaster looks relieved to see a familiar face. Oh, thank God. We've got a show to put on. And one of my biggest acts is throwing a tantrum, No, no. He pauses, toying with his exquisitely managed mustache. He looks you up and down. I suppose you ever considered stepping into the ring yourself? I'm quite the clown. Dignity is overrated. Dressed in motley and with grease paint face, you do your best to entertain the audience left as you pratfalls, some of them even deliberate. Afterwards, the ringmaster claps you on the shoulder. Excellent. Well, terrible. Never did it again, but please, come see me behind the tents. Ayo? You're welcome everywhere here. Cardi's nod to you as you pass. But the performers and the prominent audience, the circus is deserted. Everyone keeps their quarters unless they're practicing for show. Despite the carry-up music, the mood back here is close to that of a mausoleum. Museum date, anyone? I'll go on a museum date. With literally anyone. Doors open. From inside, you can hear the constant ruffling of a deck of cards. Hats, cats, bats, and rats. The ringmaster is sat on a fat cushion, idly shuffling a worn pack of playing cards. He smiles wearily at you. Ask the cards about you. Draws from the top of the deck, sets them on the table. Here, so you can help. He then places them back into the deck and bids you shuffle and draw one for yourself. The cards are the same. He smiles the same weary smile. Looks like they haven't changed their minds. The ringmaster shuffles and cuts the cards. This is what I can offer you. Accept a commission to repair the magician's props, to reclaim the acrobat's twin, purchase costumes for the clown, host flyers for the strong woman. Reclaim the acrobat's twin. That act cannot be exciting. 4 of hats. One of them has run away. Again. The ringmaster huffs. Time to bring them home. They take turns, I think, running away. Won't come back until they get in trouble. But the cards say the trouble has happened. Find them in New Winchester. Talk to the humiliated magician. He leans beneath a faded poster of himself, smoking a cheap, malodorous tobacco. Breaks my heart you had to sit through that, he says, nodding toward the big top. Sometimes I wonder why I left Mahogany Hall. I remember how much Plenty paid. Or this whole place lost its funding. He pulls out a cigarette on a poster and then tosses it into an overturned top hat. We don't choose to bounce and wear over. We were never a thing. Unsubs, unfollows, fine. Un-VIPs. Okay. Go into the big top? Okay. Return to the main circus. You've known me for too long? Stop knowing me then. What do you want me to say? Oh, hi, Zoshams. This is wrong? Is this wrong? That's going to be some immaculate trolling some years down the line. You knew you like a year before you started streaming? You've known me for years before I started streaming. What do you mean? You found a game? If it's a fucking co-op puzzle game that's set in an escape room, you've been warned. Check Telegram? Okay.
Oh yeah, Cherry's been playing that. Dredge, Cherry's been playing that on late stream. Is it the prison escape game? No, it's it's the Dredge one. I'm not uninterested. I just haven't had it appear in my discovery feed, so I haven't put it on my wish list, so I haven't thought about it. It's been here 06, you got them right. Hello from computer. Hello. Hello, Ginger from computer. In sky suits, spore masks. In sky suits and spore masks, your crew holds a porous asteroid aboard. The top half is veiled by a mesh of fungus. Like minty crinoline. Action from all shades cling to the underside of rock in iridescent coating. Perhaps you can learn something. Let's study it. You increase my terror. It responds to certain stimuli, but it's impossible to identify exactly what. It emits the occasional puff of spores, and its pattern of growth seems subject to changes, but why and how? Infuriating. Still, every failure is a possibility ruled out. Pick a random number, William, 4. Thank you for the subsquibly wibbly. Wow. You're 6 hours in. How close would you say you are to like finishing that game? Do you think you're like nearing an ending? Uh-oh. I don't want to go near that thing just yet. Level 4 ain't that bad. I mean, understandable. It's only the forward one. Behold the remains of a celestial behemoth, rotting gently. Isn't that the dead sun? Ugh, that's the dead sun. That was not a tacti. That thing that just flew back, that's not a tacti either. That's the host. Oh. Maybe halfway, like 3 out of 5 major items collected? Okay. We're not going into Faith's Fall, are you kidding me? Remains of the behemoth's carapace are scarred with sigils. Most are marred and broken, some still holding a sullen, resentful power. Your locomotive is stopped in a broad, flat section of the shell. A few sigils nearby are too cracked to risk much harm. No, I need this. Continue bombarding for guests. That thing wasn't attacking. Messenger of the heavens, breathes a member of your crew. There are tears in his eyes. I guess that's what used to be a star. Place feels gross. Oh, salute. General sweep. I got like a weird... you guys ever get hit by like weird frailness out of nowhere? I got hit by that like 10 minutes ago. I didn't even think to like say. It's like still kind of passing. Probably means I need a better diet or whatever. Daily, minutely. week. Ignore so I just said I went through that. Week. Yo, where the fuck am I? Oh, that explains everything. I'm at the mold patches. Aha! The Lutherian Transit Relay. A stone edifice, scintillant with sigils, is encased in a contrivance of steel and brass. This is a Sin Jenkins relay, allowing transport via loopholes in some cosmic mandate to a far-flung district of heaven. This one leads to Lutheria, a place of revolutionaries and malcontents. It is little used. I remain in the reach. You turn your engine around, you have business here yet. Ding. Lutheria is one of my favorite weird little places. I've fully explored the Reach before. I have fully explored Lutheria. I preferred Lutheria. I have not fully explored Albion, but I will guess that most of it is the same. And you'll understand what I mean by that when we eventually get there. And I have not explored the Blue Kingdom. Because it is the late game area, and it is hellish. We should be coming upon... Oh, Captain Kari. You're not where you thought you are. Double back. Lost 2 fuel? Eey. It's ironic, because I know exactly where I think I am. That killed a crew member. Okay, whatever. Mean, but whatever. Oh, a homestead. And I recognize that piece of wood down there. What? Settlers who live so far beyond the edges of civilization relish in hardships of solitude. They will fiercely defend their small territories, but occasionally welcome company of trade. Homestead is plated in patchwork of corrugated iron. As you land, the barrel of a rifle pokes out from a boarded window and fires, kicking up spray of grass at your feet. How unfriendly. Fuck you. Fires on you. It's no good. The house is practically a fortress, and the inhabitants are well armed. When an impeccable shot drops the crewman beside you, you decide to have a retreat. Oh, that killed a guy. Okay, this is high brass, I think. Yep. Recognized to be rotten, ginormous wood. Okay. A fledgling colony trying to dig its fingernails deep enough into the spongy fungal fabric of the Reach. Hang on when hard times come. Sad truth that many more settlements are founded and flourish. I'll buy you a jumble of industry. They don't do fuel. Hybris. This will miss the sprawling, spawning gardens of the fungus. Hybris is a colony of octogenarians, rotting buildings. Slow gently into decay. Maintenance is poor for population age. An insect speckled with fungus flies past drowsily. Growth asks no license, reads a barely legible sign staked into a collapsed pile of fungal eggs. Okay. We do actually have 3 quests here. Search for Meme Lumiere. A filmmaker should be difficult to miss in this hushed, secluded place. Loud curses lead you towards an elderly woman fiddling with an antiquated camera. She sighs and shuts the frame. That'll do. She offers a trembling hand. Lumiere, once a renowned explorer and filmmaker, now, you see. A cough rattles through her. You from New Winchester? I'll leave with you. I could pay my way, I'm done here. My lungs won't tolerate much more of this. She smiles. Wanley? I have a premiere to plan. Okay, one down. Let's find the downed locomotive. Actually, let's hunt in the woods of the cryptozoologist first. If a colony of sentient mushrooms was going to establish itself anyway, that's the plan. Port first. Not much seems to be happening in this sleepy place, but perhaps someone will be interested. Life moves slowly here. There are arguments over the rules of bowls and the correct amount of time to siep tea. Station master seems to avoid the villagers. There's an unusually unique quality to the starlight which filters through the underside of the caps. A veritable welcome party has gathered. A wizened mayor approaches. His back is bent, but his pace is steady. Here's a firm handshake. Welcome to our little hideaway. Watch your step. One's about to fruit. True enough, the little white sack at your feet suddenly splits. Snaking tendrils of red fungus explode outwards. The mayoral assistant, a severe woman of slightly less advanced years, guides the mayor to a nearby bench. You may stay as long as you like. Something is changing in Hybris. Okay. Take tea once in a while to make it delicate. Fuck me. Can we take tea? The only lodging house in Hybris, and the only building with more than one story. The smell of stewed tea permeates the dilapidated boards. Fiona keeps a clean and ordered house. She bakes her tea cakes to perfection, and ices them to resemble the fungus that has colonized the windowsills. It's been here longer than us, she laughs as she pours another round of tea. Tea is sour, the milk has gone off. I paid for that. Explore the settlement. Hybris is only a handful of buildings clustered among folds of fungus, yet life goes on here. A game of bowls has been organised on the flattest bit of marsh. You're invited to participate in the by the mayoral assistant, who proves herself a mean backhand draw. When all is over and everyone has retired from fungal juices at the Brendan, the President Mayor takes you aside. This is what it's all about. Second youth. First, in some cases, he grins conspiratorially. Wonderful wilds. Swamp and marsh, fungus and frond. Nowhere in reach has been so thoroughly colonized. Be a shame not to see the sights. Figures of black and red mushrooms rise from the sodden ground. Tendrils of white fungus from vast arches. An earthly smell pervades the air and follows you through the swamp like a lost dog. In the middle of the grove of writhing sacks, you find a plinth adorned with broken and twisted nameplates, shape of collars. Rabazan Warkwald has been imprinted on each. See, they're releasing some gameplay of Soulframe. Looks interesting. What's Soulframe? Make a delicate inquiry into the wizened mayor. One here is very old indeed. Is there a lower age limit? Unsettling in Hybris? Stretch and hydrate? Fine, maybe I will. Ugh. The fancy Warframe game? Oh, / ignore. The wizened mayor chuckles. Oh no, we'd welcome you. We don't get many settlers coming out this way.
We're happily secluded here. He smiles wistfully as, across the march, his mayoral assistant trounces an unfortunate at balls. Our best years were spent by others. The wizened mayor glances towards the town hall, where preparations are being made for a performance. We have plans to hopefully change that, though. Oh. Let's find the downed locomotive. Bogs and marches of hybris are dense and obscured with rotting fungus, but somewhere, in the interior, a locomotive has gone down. You lead a small team through the slopes and marches and the groaning fungal forests, where the drone of insects infected by fruiting spikes of fungus drowns out all other sound. Getting deep in the bogs, you would have almost passed by the fallen engine. Attack the engine rises from the marsh like a stick in the water, battered and smoking. Help the crew, a few techies are attempting to rescue the lower quarters, while others are sending damp mushroomy smoke signals up through the fungal canopy. You order your crew to pitch in, donning wetsuits and gathering cloth about your mouth. The leader of the techies is the second lieutenant. Went down when they were hit off the archers, who guide you through the creaking engine. The ramshackle locomotive is seeping with marsh water and reeks of damp. Accounting for all the crew and salvaging supplies takes hours, but the lieutenant will not relent till it is done. As night draws in, she goes in with you one last time. At the bottom of the engine, all but sunk in the marches, is a heavy box that takes two to carry out. You get passage from here, couldn't lose that. Gain 10 fortunes of the techies. 10 reputations with the techies. I don't feel like we just gained 10 fortunes. That's the exact score it was on before. Maybe it does go down when I shoot their ships down. Who'da funk? We'll hunt in the woods with the cryptozoologist. If a colony of sentient mushrooms is going to establish itself anywhere, this would be the place. The cryptozoologist leads the way, following a melodic hum in the air. Soon enough you find, in a pus-soaked hollow, a chorus of blemigans howl in perfect harmony. I can't see, whispers the cryptozoologist. I need to get closer. She sneaks towards them, but stealth is not one of her talents. They scatter. Wait, she calls, giving chase. I just want to record you. You leave her to a hunt. She seems happy enough. Sheeper, beanie, beanie? Beanie, beanie? Shmeenis? Wow, I gotta exit this fucking place fast. I'm going to hope. Are you interested in a game? I am interested in a game that goes by Chivalry 2. I'm not interested in that game. The only game that's really on my interest watch list right now is that game called Live Alive. Or if you'd like Live Alive, or Live Alive, or Live Alive. Because it lets you play as a fucking cowboy in a JRPG. It's gonna be nifty, I think. Whatever. Someone's so moody, oh my goodness. I'm just gonna pinch his cheeks and go woo 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 woo. No, I haven't been interested in any form of PvP game, like, regardless of what it is. Sorry for trying to play games with you. Oh, sorry for trying to drag me into the fucking PvP cycle of useless games. Yeah, no, cool. What, are you gonna fucking, like, try and guilt me over this shit? Fuck you. You wanna play games with me? We got games. I don't play PvP, you know me. Hi, Jay-Z. You want some milk? You can go straight for Ace's tits, then. Bite him off for you now. Get his ass. We'll get Jazzy to play with you then? Okay. Enjoy your PvP game. You don't produce milk? Yeah, you do. go downhill. I'll check out this area eventually. We did find high breast. You have Mortar and Big Cock Simulator, brackets your life? No shit. Proof pics? I mean, what? You know, I don't need dick pics. Goes to Pornhub.com. How much cargo do we have? It's sellable, but, like, not really much. Take the seeds for use at Titania. Gotta head to Titania for the first time. Rand. We need to go to Magdalene's, because I know Magdalene's does fuel, and they can also treat Terra. Ooh. I'm wildly interested in Jazzy for the sake of marriage. I want to secure an alliance. Oh. Broader. Easy kill. Let's explore a captain's cap. Really? Because I know for a fact that was a 98% chance. Especially with that recent honor of him, but I don't have me anchored SMH. What are you, a fucking bolt? Ace Boatini. It's Beanie Boat. You take Jazzy up the aisle? Hey, y'all? Cherry, careful. You had a couple of guys go goo-goo over that image? What does that mean? Like they were crybabying about it? Lustrum might be up here. It's probably not, though. Which is annoying, because I really like to find Lustrum. It's always the last place I find, too, because it's such an isolated little fucking shitty mountain area. Did they just really like the understandable? Finally, Magdalene's. I'll have back in a decent conversation. The princess desires that you dock. Well, a princess isn't flying the fucking train, is she? They said some things that made you uncomfy, so you left the group. Completely understandable. All I know and make you uncomfortable, Zaza. Would it being pub weirdos? Would it being the kind of guys that are like, Nif's femboy once? This means I get to be a freak. Yoink. Damn, that's a lot of fucking ammo. They wanted sex. I went into extreme detail about what they were going to do. The piece isn't even lewd, though.
It's not a lewd piece. It shows shoulder. I guess that could be someone's thing. Write the port report. A lot of people taking it as lewd. It shows shoulder. And a little chest. Hang on. Hang on. Hubba, 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 hubba. Yeah, B, don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare. Get back here. Get back here, Shmeri. Expedition's high breast went, like, honestly too fucking well. That was fine. Ooh. Should only need those 2 bars to get down to New Winchester. I never left, you fool. Who you calling a fool, bitch? Huh? 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 You ready to catch these hens? And then hold them? You're gonna ask for one without a dress, but then you remember the artist doesn't do NSFW? I get you. See, then it would have been still not lewd. Ain't nothing lewd about a guy not wearing a dress. On the plus side of that, ain't nothing lewd about a guy wearing a dress. Meow. Sleep in the empty cabin myself. Yeah, I kind of figured. Had this event before. It's just a little scary event. It's like, oh, one of the cabins is haunted, so I'm like, I bet I'll sleep in it. And it, you know, it is. They're right. Okay, we've got to get 5 seeds to Titania. We've got 5 seeds. Boom. Hopefully they don't get infected by the stupid crew being stupid. The song. And through a shattered windscreen or just strip for repairs. Nice. Don your sky suit. Your driver pulls your locomotive alongside the wreck, close enough for you to leap from one to the other. The floor of the bridge is carpeted with glass fragments. Shines like stars in your lamplight. And tinkles like bells when your boots brush it. A sky chest nailed to the floor in the back of the bridge yields to your efforts. You ever had a dream where you... Nope. I don't dream. I'll get some supplies just to get cargo. Got this span here, some stuff up here. Got some more stuff up here. I mean, we're just all over the place. Board correct, baby. You're smartest I know. Am I lurking in my own chat? How am I supposed to moderate like this? There we go, now I'm lurking in my own chat. I'll prove it as well. How am I supposed to moderate like this? Look at this stupid fucking bitch. Now I'm lurking in my own fuck chat. You, sheeper. I fucking hate you and your stupid voice. Fucking hate you so much. What the fuck is he saying to me? Hey, fuck you. Don't make me fucking come over there, you stupid bitch. What the fuck are you saying to me? I will fucking get you, you bitch. Fuck you. Fucking mute that guy. I'm not gonna put up with that kind of abuse on my stream. Echo chamber bitch? What the fuck? Fuck you. I'll fucking get you. Crowbar. Olivia, port reports. 300 sovereigns. And then, what we do is we affect the balance of power and reach by trading in favor. Yep. I am esteemed with the Tankities. The Windward Company dislikes me. train, 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 doot doot. Train, 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 doot doot. Well, looks like the bitch is back in town. I'm the bitch. No, it's just out of my price range. I really wanted the Pelennor. God dang it. It's a hefty, veritable beast of a Pelennor. It is wholly acceptable. You need to pee and do more art. Gotta fix some weird ass eyes, huh? Or some really weird sentences strung together. Okay. Where is Titania? Titania lies to the southeast of New Winchester. Southeast. Been working on a Cherry Mark II, AL. Is this going to be the one that has the maid outfit redeem? You're always talking about how you love that. Yoink. Sees its cargo. More fucking seeds. I don't. To be honest with you, I don't need these. Go cuddle papa bye. Love you, Zazash. That marriage offer is still on the table. Nah, it's fine. What the fuck is Titanium? Southeast. It could be anywhere around this cliff face here. And it's annoying because it's usually tucked in one or the other side, and I've got no idea which one it's going to be. Nope. I don't buy that it's that side. It's just ASMR, this train. Michelin's friend. It might be down here. Ooh, hi, gorgeous. Hey, there we go. See behind me, one of your exes isn't leaving you alone. I'll go beat him up, don't worry. Uh-oh. It's okay, I got this new plan, right? I pose as your new girlfriend. Okay? And then they like, oh, I didn't realize you were with someone else now. And then, like, I never stop. Okay. Get some cargo. A miniature folding bureau. An unlicensed char. Interesting. They know you're gay, can't be your girlfriend? Okay, I'll be boyfriend then. The BOI friend. You know what I'm saying? I'll be the boy friend. Boink. I just default to like going to the femme pronoun stuff. Like if anyone says to me like, oh, we should get married, I'm like, hell yeah, I'll be the perfect wife. And she's like,
I've just zoned out and misgendered myself. Because I look fucking banging in a dress. Take inspiration from Jazzy and get some marriage art done. Blink. Unusual cargo, unlicensed chart. I'll take the unusual cargo, please. You're gay as fuck, but that don't mean you can't wear a dress. Hell yeah. I'll be the ultimate boy wife. I really need to find Titania. I have so many of these fucking seeds, I can't do anything with them. Did I take the wrong passageway? This is looking like the Leadbeater and Stainrod Nature Reserve. Okay, but I insist you let me move out of US? What does that mean? Huh? What's that got to do with us being married, though? You don't want to be here anymore? Understandable. Hey, if it's any consolation, I think the UK is only slightly better. It didn't sound very consoling, did it? Hey, if it's any consolation, insert's bad news. Oh man, this is a long stretch of annoying rock. Just say southeast. Southeast. So if it's southeast, then it's the southeast. More southeast, it should be over here. Turn this engine around. You like the rain, so it's fine. It doesn't rain as much as people say it should anymore. It's gonna be great here when the Gulf Stream collapses. Rain's a great vibe. Yeah, prove it. Vibrate. You know what great vibes is? Prove it. Go. Thunderstorms is the best cuddle/nap weather? You right. Southwest. It should be in this quadrant. A lush verdant encloses you. Green as emeralds. This is the Leadbeater and Stainrod Nature Reserve. South. Southeast. Maybe it's over in here. Oh fuck, I think it's like in here. Well, if anything, we're going to find a new port down here. You'll notice our supplies are going up. That's because, question mark. The peacock wind, baby. It gives you food. Also gives you terror. Generally speaking, it's not great for you. Not the worst thing that could happen out here. Beep beep. Ooh, a seance. Demon soot. Let's do a seance. London was obsessed with the occult. Flamboyant army of mediums claim to be able to pierce the veil and commune with the dead. Your hands held those of the guests on either side, clammy in the dark. The medium's voice was raw and yearning. Why were you there? You were a plant. You used to conceal a device that contributes eerie knocks and groans to the ambience. Everyone there wanted proof of the impossible, you merely obliged. Push sleep faced and holding someone else. You're reminded that you can be struck down by Zeus at any moment. And through the laws of conductivity, you'd both die together romantically. Ding ding. Lead ether and stain rod. Reserve. Some really good fucking prices on tea. And a lot of annoying places are always like, we need tea. And it's like, I don't know where to get it from. Here. There we go. Hey, sheep, want to be zapped together? I would love to be zapped together. Dibs on small spoon. I call dibs. Will do any, like, associated quests that you would change direction on me? I just gotta, like, unload some card, though. Like, this is too much to carry around. Look. Oh, stuffy noise. I'm down with a schmold. Like a cold, but schm. Slurpy noise? If you think that was slurping, you are horribly mistaken. I was blowing. Hold. Yeah. Did you hear me? Yeah. I shall you make it. Seats. Oh my god, the HML Balbo? Where's Ginger? You want 180 CMs so you can do that? See, I did react. See, I did react. I did react. I totally reacted. I don't know how many CMs I am. Okay, I see some supplies in it. This is quite a haul. You're 5'11"? I don't know how tall I am. I never measured. I might be taller than you. How do you not know your height? I've never had to measure. Isn't it on your license? What do you mean? What license? Won't have any licenses over here that I think have any, like, height info on it. You don't drive? Hell no. If I was ever behind the wheels of a car and another driver fucking upset me, do you think they would still be on the road? Do you think they'd be going home to their families that night? I don't drive out of a fucking, like, principality that I don't want to, like, upset anyone by doing a little murder. Legal reasons, this is all a joke. This is the part where I stuff in the GTA reference. New Winchester is in uproar. Crowds of boisterous tankities stamp through the streets in their hobnail boots. In Kithgar Gardens, they are burning piles of top hats. The Wentwood Company, whose fortunes have suffered recently, has abandoned the port. Used to get reports from several excited citizens. Ousted. They must have been preparing the evacuation for some time. Company House was emptied almost overnight. Tankities have the upper hand in the reach now. The company has withdrawn much of its strength to fortify its holdings in Port Prosper. Want to deal with the stovepipes? You'll need to seek them there. Cheaper, do you play MTG? What's MTG? I ain't never heard of no MTG. Guys. It's the shipper. Hear this one roll. Magic the Gathering? I have never played Magic the Gathering. A tasty Ganesh? Is it? Ta-da. Yeah, we managed to kick the Wentwood Company out of New Winchester. Now just to kick him out of Port Prosper. Okay. Would you be interested in learning? Maybe. I kind of like tired myself out on anything to do with cards after playing like a lot of Slay the Spire. Nice engine is. She's delicious. She's got 50 hull. Only requires 8 crew. 2 slots. We could put a fucking mining rig on this thing. Hello. Oh my god. What's Slay the Spire? It's a card-based game. Roguelike card deck builder? Yeah, that's the one. My brain got fried on card games after playing that for too long. It was also one of the last roguelikes I remember playing. I've like recently given up on roguelikes. Like, they just feel like annoying to me. Like, just let me win the game. Don't make me like start over all the time. Like, fucking hell. They feel kinda lazy to me. I'ma say it. I haven't played a good roguelike in so long. What, Marauder? It's mainly because I haven't played a roguelike in so long, because I think I just feel like MMO grind when I feel looking at them. Wanna play games with you? Aww. We'll go play the classic Sheeper game together. How about that? We'll play that classic old Sheeper video game of dodge the projectiles. It's a really one-sided game, so Titania, we're here. Titania's a big fucking flower. Oh god, I'm gonna sneeze real bad. Aims for Ace's face. Thank you. Spent a long fucking time looking for Titania. You can become this place's patron. Nifty. Honk honk. Okay, now that we've been around its exterior, let's check that interior. Crocodile alligator. Drive the Chevrolet movie M-Shipper. What's Titania? Get in the fucking flower. There we go. We're going to annoy the fuck out of me that time. The Rat Brigade! Titania is cupped in the petals of a colossal orchid. Heavy with scent, lurid with colour, an enclave of bohemians have made it their home, seeking inspiration in the wilderness of a reach. Oi, down here! 3 rats glower up at you. They're wearing tattered military uniforms and carry rusted derringers. They're polite enough to point from elsewhere. I'll hire them. Smallest, most scarred rat is called Cinders. She introduces her companions. This, she indicates to the rat wearing goggles, is more second. Petronella, our mechanic. She gestures over to a rat with glossy fur. And this is Agent Provocateur, Albrecht. The rat inclined its head. We need a locomotive. These battle-hardened rats are all that remains of a rat regiment. A mercenary company active in the early days of the Winchester War. Used to be a dozen of us. Best sappers round, says Cinders. Now look at us. Her whiskers twitch. Come for that later. We'll pay, Captain. And then they go to the bazaar, and they go... Boop, 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 boop. Nice. Bargains available. It's just... souls. How are they on my engine? They are 2 iron 6 veils. Affiliation villainy. Or 2 heart 6 iron. Put the Rat Brigade on. See how the stat block looks now. It's pretty statistical. Valentine Square. Oberon's Landing. The port unfurls itself, welcoming you ashore. This perfumed haven was intended for thinkers, artists, philosophers, and poets. Instead, you enter its main dome and find yourself surrounded by arguing bohemians and the unfinished shells of buildings in a variety of styles. Nobody looks happy, but everybody agrees it's someone else's fault. We'll meet with the Rhapsodic Mare. As first amongst founders, she gets Titania's only office. Titania's petals fill the air with perpetual perfume, but eventually you become accustomed to it. Even so, the scent of many flowers in the mayor's small office sends your senses reeling. Obviously unaffected, she sits behind her desk and gestures for you to take the other chair. Ask about Titania. How could a place like this flourish out here in the dark? A spectacular place, isn't it? We couldn't believe that nobody else had colonized it after, well, whoever built all the crystal domes and spires. Honestly, I can't believe our luck. Ask about work. In a place like this, must want for something. Like refusal. Rhapsodic Mare shakes her head. I think you'll find us most self-sufficient, Captain. Enjoy your visit. Take in some poetry. If I think of anything that we might require you for, you'll be the first to know. What about the main square? Oh, you should return to the main square. Got it, cool. Write a poor report. Such beauty, such pity about the nearby chorister hive. What is Titania? A question with no easy answer. To the poets, a place of inspiration. To the stoneworkers, an untouched slab. To the playwrights, a blank page. A place of tranquility, of creation, and Interviewee pauses, suddenly looking worried. Do you hear buzzing? Apologies, must get inside. You can't see or hear anything, however, and must assume it's just a force of habit. Okay. Whatever you say. You can trade in stories, moments of inspiration, captivating treasures, for payment and stuff here. I don't see a reason to do that, though. I'm not that damn bad for money. Just scan around Titania. Gonna head down here next, because we want to find the well. Times Square. If we can get Aaron cautious driver to the well, he'll be much happier. We'll be following his fungal-headed instincts. We may be imminently due to encounter some choristers, though. No, that would be silly. Nice. If Lustrum is right next to Port Prosper, I swear to gosh. Burn unhappy sheeper. I'ma fight someone. Kara, get up here, I wanna throw you. Lovingly. Right. Well, this was a hell of a waste to come down here. Just part of the weird level generation, I guess. Oh well, it won't stop me from getting to any other ports. I think the only port we have left is... Oh no, wait, there's two more. There's one which is a frontier-type jungle. And the other is Lustrum. Duncheetle! I'm a sheeper. I'd be sheep and sheepily sometimes. My baths be full of wisdom. I would put Lustrum here if I could. Directly across. I mean, it looks like it might be the right area for it. It's the right biome. Brilliant. Huh? Where? Oh shit, here. I forgot about Caroline. Awa, awa. Hi, Casey. Is that voice doubled? Well, come on in. I'll give it a raid. We'll give it a little shout out. And then we'll give you another little shout out. How'd your stream go? You're playing Harvestell? I saw that on my Steam main page a while back, and I was like, damn, I would like to fucking play this. But I didn't know if it would be worth it to spend the cost. But how was it? I have been meaning to look a little more into it. I'm a little bit lazy though, so I kind of didn't. The reason we're not exploring Corillon fully here is because this place will drive you insane. Not metaphorically. You like it? Do recommend? Heck yeah, well thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. We're playing Sunless Skies today. It's a fun little game. I'm on a space train. I'm exploring space. Very spacefully, I might add. Try to map out some of the area here. And then we're going to be heading back to New Winchester. Oop. Yeah, all I remember of Caroline is that if you fluctuate, it turns you insane. Like, you can do events here that help purify your soul, quotation marks. Because if you go into your profile, you'll see, like, your soul, and it has, like, stained, curdled. Like, you come here to get rid of those, but every event you do gives you terror. So you can just drive yourself insane before you leave port. That's why the game auto-saves when you enter port. Not when you exit port. It's close to the mother of mountains, the sky grows cold. Is Lustrum over there? You said this close to the mother of mountains. That's Lustrum, isn't it? Love if it was. Me attackity. Doink. Seize cargo. Oh my god, more freaking seeds. I said seize cargo, I should have said seeds cargo. Ugh. Just been eerily quiet. Okay. I'll need to know. Ooh, Scribe Spinster. Scribe Spinster? Weird space weirdo. Desolation of Saliba. Oh, for Desolation of Saliba. Boing. 100% chance. What do you mean partial success? How am I still losing crew to this event? Come on! I'll take some fuel on board. Come here. Gain experience. The Spinsters sew them into their coats and wigs, yellowed with age, blotched with the mildewy, spidered with frighting. Who knows what secrets they may hold? The crew leaned from the outer hatches with boat hooks and nets, swiping at the fluttering pages, like a class of frenzied lepidopterists. Soon you have accumulated a small pile of parchment, dense with a pictographic script. You carry it to your cabin. What secrets might told? A decent XP chunk, all things considered. It is not hard to kill the scribe. Also, this place, yes, it's slowly driving us crazy. Or, depending on how you look at things, it's rapidly driving us crazy. Since we were already slowly being driven crazy. Ow, fuck. We could try and get the Bronzewood. We have failed to get the Bronzewood. Hey, 52 Sovereigns is the failure event? I'm surprised my crew didn't just suddenly drop dead. Knowing how nice this game has been to me before. Oh yeah, I'm not going to bother going to catch up to those. Kent and Kari are fast. If one has gotten away from me, I'm not catching it. There's no real lore, I think, about this place. It's a shame, because it'd be interesting to know, like, what the fuck happened. What happened? Yo, it's Lustrum. We found it, baby. The mountain of mountains. My people. Prospectors' Quarter, the frantic hustling heart of Lustrum, crammed with prospectors, peddlers, and purveyors of essential and occasionally legal services. Most businesses take place here, unless you're a dreamer seeking your fortune on the claim fields. Sweet Jane's Counting House, a little accountancy firm, snuggled in the snowy drifts. Sweet Jane oversees everything herself, the transference of funds, the bouncing of probabilities, the transport of commodities, the termination of contracts. She is huddled behind her desk, swaddled in a monstrously ugly red scarf, while she fiddles with her abacus with one gloved hand. She heats the other over a coal fire. Her one good eye focuses on you and she smiles. Listen to her offer, she surveys you alarmingly. She limps to the window, snow batters the window pane. The shadow of the mountain is all but lost in the blizzard. Lantern light means the offices of the Windward Company are just about visible. I was raised by the company. Children are fast to work, as you understand. Her fingers drum over the windowsill. Such a waste. Where they see men, they see labour. Where they see time, they see chains with which to bind us. But where they see death in the skies, I see victory. She turns to you and smiles. Bring me nameplates torn from London ships and I'll see you adequately compensated. Except I've already hunted so many of them. She reaches out and touches your hand just for a moment. Hers is ice cold. Thank you. We'll write a port report. Hours of new gold in Albion and Reach, while Lustrum's fortunes remain. It is of interest to many. So much for the quiet retirement village that used to be here. The rush of prospectors has ripped for civility from the place. As efficiently as geodes from the mountainside. Scars that remain are no less vivid. Fewer and fewer prospectors return with geodes of ours, and the cost of processing them off-site grows every day. Still, for now, Lustrum thrives, and offers a promise of riches for any lucky or industrious miner, willing to come and risk everything in the snow and the mud. Unport your report? Nyah! Fades away. Such the amiable host's identity. Successful prospectors tend to leave their mark on the mountain. People remember those who are able to leave flush with hours. The locket is passed around the campus of prospectors. Most scratch their heads, others sigh and look away. An elderly prospector approaches, carrying her hat in her hands. No one looking for old Grey, she sighs. Long dead. Shot, south of the mountain. What share is ours? Full. No point rising high up the mountain if there's no one at the bottom holding you up. Okay. I'm not going to go and stake a claim. I like how the Windward Company is here in spite of the fact that this is the rebel base. Wait, hang on. There we go. Okay. Explore Lustrum. Let's visit the Hanged Men pub. An embossed plaque under the hastily painted sign reveals this miner's pub to have once been the Empress Lustrum's guest house. Its once fine mahogany tables and chairs are now a little bit sawdust on the floor, and a lingering smell in the fireplace. Irritable miners jockey for space by insufficient fireplaces. They pay for the overpriced drinks with their dwindling coin or lowest quality hours. The fortunate bear the mark of minor success. Baby soft hands that come from regularly handling unseasoned hours. Approach the figure in the corner. It sits wrapped in a dusty, disintegrating shroud, nursing a flagon that never goes to where its lips presumably are. The cloaked figure beckons you. Valuables for sale. It wheezes, its voice throaty and high-pitched. Exchange for buried time, yes, please? It offers unusual relics in exchange for a few rusted coins that would barely buy transport to anywhere else. A worldly artifact. Hours for money. I'm good. Nah, you're okay. Okay, that's Lustrum. We need to make our way to New Winchester to sell everything in our hold. I mean, goodness gracious me. Except for the Bronzewood. I am flush with items. Just gotta traverse the insanity-making fields. Gotta go up through the unknown passageways, and then we're back in New Winchester, and it's only gonna take us half a year. Doot doot! I guess think about new Counter-Strike stuff. I think it's kind of whack that Valve is actually still making a video game. I didn't know they was like that. Fuck you, Ken Kari. I hate you. Lose Terra, just disperse the rubble. And just blow it out of the sky. I hate them. Still waiting on Half-Life 4? It's funny you should say that, because, like, I consider that fucking Entropy Zero, I think it was called, game. I consider that, like, genuinely my spiritual successor to Half-Life. Which is interesting, because they technically had a spiritual successor to Half-Life, and it's called Alex. I think they're gonna keep their series on, like, a fucking carrot and just continue, like, bobbing it in front of us every so often. Like, Aperture Desk Job. You're like, oh, Paul game, Paul. Lore, Easter eggs, Paul. It's like, no. No. No, buddy, we don't get anything anymore. It's not a spiritual successor, it's an actual sequel. It's not an actual sequel, technically it's a prequel. Next. But no, for real, Entropy Zero 2, I'm pretty sure it's the name of it. You play the entire game through as a fucking Combine. And somehow it's just fun. It takes place after 2? No, it doesn't. Half-Life Alyx doesn't take place after 2. Your bitch takes one to know one. Not the one that I thought it would be. They make a new Half-Life whenever they make a new jump in tech. Half-Life is just how they do tech demos now. It's so sad. It's the most influential fucking game of all time. Arguably. Kiss you on the lips? Tell you what, I'll kiss you on the lips when you take me out to dinner. We have a fucking deal. My checkbook out. Do we have a deal? I'm like ready to sign. First and foremost, Kent and Kari. One of my crew members just died. Second most, there was an engine up here. Hiding from me. Lurking in the shadows. We'll take that hit. Valve will only update their games if they can make money off them through trading cards or skins. It's like TF2 is kept on life support. I guess they felt the pinch when Valorant came along that like, we actually have to do something with that game now. You never get into any of the CS type stuff. I was not about to pay, like, actual money to get yelled at down like a fucking microphone. Valorant isn't fun to watch, though. I won't say that. I raid Valorant streamers sometimes. I remember getting into Halo from TF2. They gave to those who didn't do idle service to gain hits. Used idle service to gain hits and they just gave you a free hit. Understandable. A stowaway. Something is amiss. Things are out of place, unexplained. Breadcrumbs on a pantry floor. Chief Engineer's favourite wrench hung on the wrong hook. Several empty pages torn from the back of your logbook. The crew protest their innocence and contribute their own stories. Vanished shoelaces, doors left open, oily footprints on a doorframe. You have a stowaway. After an hour, an indignant stoker drags a sooty-faced urchin before you. Found riding in the upper supply crate in the old. Got a right little treasure trove in there. Cutlery from the gallery. Jones's Bible and my best socks. He brandishes a horrible pair of socks. Stowaway picks her nose defiantly. Urchin wears an oversized Skyfarer's coat, clumsily and drastically hemmed at the sleeves and tails. Her eyes are pale, accustomed to starlight. A mottle of old frostbite blemishes one cheek. When she speaks, her voice seems older than the rest of her. What is she, 12, 13? Ask what she's doing here. A locomotive is no place for a child. She shrugs. She's catching a ride, she says insolently. I've been catching engines across the reach, in Albion for years. Seen off the sky I have, put a brush bit to the silent seat. Got an engine to carry on. Ask her where her parents are. She looks at her shoes, mismatched and scuffed. Gone, in the blockade in New Winchester. During one of the bombardments. She breaks off. Anyway, a neighbour tried to look after me, but I didn't like her much. Like a movie Webley, pop. What are you saying, baby? Vegeta's lament. They give you a hat for just idling, huh? You don't watch any PvP shoot games? I won't watch PvP content in general. I've seen a lot of, like, people that I know personally, like, playing PvP games, and they get so into it and upset, and it's just like, homie, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. Ask her what she wants. It might affect what you choose to do with her. She's taken aback by the question. Oh, I've rashed before. Usually there's a lot of shouting, then I'm chucked off at the next port. She thinks about it, looking around at the bridge. She's a good engine, loyal. I'd like to stay, she decides. Until such a time as I don't. Fine. Send the conversation until you will acquire Skywarn Archon. You could do with a mascot. Well, actually, she salutes you inexpertly. You won't regret it. I can help out, right? I know my ways with an engine. I'm no stranger to the sky. I know stuff I could teach you. Perhaps another time, you tell her. You shake her grubby hand and send her to bed. It's perhaps her bedtime. Does she offer anything more than the Blemmingman? One hearts are what? No. You got it and you used idle service, which is why it's funny. Understandable. You prefer watching highlights where at least then the interesting parts can be watched. But the boring bits, which is most of it, can be skipped. Yeah, that's my thing with PvP content too. I'm like sat there waiting until like the fucking usually main chat that I'm watching like goes, oh fuck's sake dude, that's so unfair, that's bullshit, he's using the blah blah blah. It's like, bruh, why are you playing the game if it's bullshit? And then like all the space in between is just them like silently like this is me doing FPS gamer commentary, right? I'm spawning in, I'm like, and then they just stay silent for like 10 years. And then they get into like a 1 second longer gunfight, and then they're like,
Dude, that's so bullshit. It's so unfair. This game's made bad. What the fuck? Why'd they fucking make this game? Fuck this. I fucking hate this game. Buys more cosmetics for the game. Wait for 10 minutes for something to happen. Fight starts, they instantly die. Wait for 10 minutes, same thing. Yeah. You asked yourself after 13 years of World of Tanks, and then you finally start. You got better. I got better. We're going to buy a mining tool, and we're going to slot it onto the ship right now. Okay. We can take some more consignments of bronze wood. Actually, we can take them all. What even? What even sells fuel and supplies here? I just can't stand for toxicity. See, I'm one to talk. I used to play League of fucking Legends. Right, I get it. I get it. It's fucking terrible. Fucking awful fucking game. And, like, it took me so long to come to terms with the fact that, like, I'm not good at this game, A. And B, like, the game is not coded good. It is coded to support a single meta, and that single meta is bad. And now that I'm out of the League of Legends scene, you know what I am? It's called happy. I don't play PvP games because I don't want to get into a mindset where I have to do PvP. I play Destiny, I have ignored all of the PvP content in Destiny because I think that PvP is a shitty mindset. Just played Dota 2 against the bots, fuck real people. When? Yeah, I just got sad playing these games. We can deliver our second trophy here. Complete this request. Not much else, I don't think. Hours. Oh no, not free. Fresh hours. Get your fresh hours. Look of nowhere in. Head upstairs. And deliver the Scribe Spinster trophy. They may need to clear some extra space on the wall. That veteran refuses to touch it. My day, we never had nonsense like this, you know? It's all marsh wolves and ambulatory fungus. Good sensible hunting. I mean, what even is this? Like it's just watching me. It doesn't even have any eyes. Jenkins, put somewhere I won't see it. Coward. The Cyclopean ruins. We could conduct a nocturnal excavation. Capture him and continue your plunder. Wait until the lights in the cottage have all gone out before you begin your starlit work. Your crew quietly clear the mossy rubble, set to prying out one of the vast stones from its settings. Suddenly your lookout hisses a warning, someone is coming. It's a villager on a midnight stroll, quickly dealt with. Didn't see your face, but suspicion will inevitably fall on visitors. You finish your work retrieving a set of gleaming lenses, each holding a soul from the ruins. Write ourselves a port report and then leave. Port report. Beep, beep. And let's get some fuel. Let's go. We're gonna head up to Magdalen's, I think. Not I think, I know. You play Wolf Thunder in moderation under the mindset that anytime I look at someone I'm about to die. That was how it was in League 2 when I got out of it. Like, it's the thing about PvP games that I hate. It's like, I can't stand the most, like, popular PvP games on the market are these ones that are like,
Your margin for error is 0.02 seconds. You failed. Like, in League of Legends, the meta before I left, and I imagine the meta to this day is, you play the assassin character, and you buy the items that let you kill things, like, instantly. And then you do that. And then, like, you get to make your dubstep fucking compilation where you just, like, sit in a fucking area for 10 minutes and then just, like, kill 5 people in a row because the game is busted. I'm sorry, but if you play League of Legends and you play, like, one of the assassin characters, likelihood is it's not because you're good at the game that you're winning. I'm also not sorry, I don't know why I said that, I lied to you. I'm at a point in the game where armor doesn't matter, so regardless of what vehicle I'm in, if I get hit, you're getting ammo ranked. Like, that's just the thing. That's just how it is with League of Legends. You can't build, like, armor. If you want to be, like, a caster, they don't make it so that you feel like a caster, they make it so that you feel like a fucking idiot. A, for playing League of Legends. B, for still playing League of Legends. I'm so mad at that game. It had so much potential to actually, like, bounce itself, and it just decided, we're gonna, like, build to accommodate only assassins. If you die in 2 seconds, it's your own fault. One of the only items they ever added that helped you, like, tank instant death attacks was an item that made you temporarily invulnerable for, like, 3 seconds, at which point the enemy was still on top of you and still killed you. What's the purpose? What is the purpose? I turned their 1 second into killing me into 4 seconds of killing me. Aha, big brain. Ugh. If you ever catch me with a Riot Games product on my account ever again, like in any capacity, any shape or form, you have full permission to just end me. If I'm at a state in my life where I am willingly putting Riot Games products onto my computer, I've lost. Also open the doors to the hold? Nope, I am not going to let my crew die on this one. I've only got 6 of them. Kind of need those. And it's like the same thing when I look at games like Apex, at least Apex type games. Like Fortnite. There's like a margin for error. You don't usually just die instantly. Like, you can get into a gunfight without exploding. But like, then I look at shit like Valorant and it's like, why do you want to play this game? Waste 5 minutes of your life over and over again, followed by loading screens, only to just like engage in a gunfight where you die in 2 seconds. Play a horror game if you want that sort of adrenaline pumping through you. Play Alien Isolation. It'll give you that adrenaline hit. You don't have to default to playing terrible, terrible games. Really, really, I cannot fathom how much I hate League of Legends. Just for the sheer amount of time it took for me, I think, is, like, one of my biggest annoyances. Not the money that I obviously put in to buy the fucking in-game skins. I was a stupid fucking child, don't judge me. But, like, the time that it took out of my life, I don't get that back. It's like with Paradox games at this point in time, I've grown sick and tired of the fucking gameplay loops that don't lead anywhere and don't gain me anything. Like, what do I really gain from completing a Paradox game? An achievement, if I bothered. And then once I've got all the achievements, I wait until they spit out another garbage DLC that no one asked for. No, of League of Legends, it was just the same gameplay loop over and over again. You go into the lobby, and if you fall behind, it's over for you. Permanently. Forever. Clearly you shouldn't have fallen behind at all. You can complete Paradox games? Yes, there is an end game. You can set an end date, and you can just stop playing then. Yeah, no, Ginger, I feel the exact fucking same that you do. I look at all of the hours that Stellaris has taken out of my life, and I want them back. If I could go back, I would just, like, choke my past self the second he pressed play on Stellaris. And, like, every time that he continued pressing play on Stellaris, I'd, like, take a rib. That's the other company house. They had to move. Bye, bye, bye. Ha, with poor Prosper. You enjoy the Paradox game, mainly Stellaris, because you do try different things. Yeah, whereas League of Legends, it's like if you're not playing meta, prepare to be chewed out by chat. Honestly, if you play League of Legends, you're signing yourself up for abuse, and it's not fair. You will just get, like, fucking verbally abused for no reason. Because these people are just assholes. 10 to a grand ball. Glory of the poor Prosper season. Candles illuminate the great staircase that sweeps up into the residence of the Windward Company, which has been chosen to host this season's ball. West Enders promenade in their finest hoop skirts and starched collars. Prominent white tie is the order of the evening. Oh, we've already done this one. Be on my worst behavior, obviously. You are embraced by the impoverished East Enders. There we go. Doot, doot. Now played League of Legends, you've seen what everyone else has gone through, and like, you don't want that. You don't want that. You absolutely don't want that. Like, I got into League of Legends when my friend told me about it and stuff, and like, we fucked around a bit, but like, I think most of the time I was leaving like sessions of playing League of Legends feeling bad. That's why I'm skeptical of Riot's MMO, because it's like an MMO. Yeah, like, if you're gonna bring over the exact same community and, like, get ready to ban a lot of people, like, holy shit. I don't believe in any of this, like, Riot Games, like, trying out an extended fucking, like, game category shit. Like, good for you, but leave me alone, you fucking assholes. I'm not touching. It's like Elon Musk putting out the fucking Twitter blue. I'm not touching. All I see is just this scumfuck corporation who doesn't care about people. But it's like, hey, here's crap. Eat. Solid crate, please. Large jumble of gosh. The thing is that Riot Games is like response to like bad people in their game is very, like, lackluster. Like, they'll usually just give people, like, a day. Ding. Twitter blue. We might have Twitter normal, so now you pay for it, right? Right? The answer's still no. I don't remember what it was, but I think Twitter used to hemorrhage like 5 million a day. And now that Elon's taken over, it's like 25 million a day. Like, just down the drain. Homie said, put out a poll saying, should I step down as Twitter CEO? And he still hasn't followed it. But it's okay. I will simply take care of it. Speaking of Twitter, Twitter is also one of those places that doesn't foster a good community, and I'll tell you why. Number one, same thing as League of Legends, it doesn't really bother banning people for doing evil shit. Number two, much like League of Legends, there's nothing that stops people from coming back using another email address which they can just continue making. I am a vocal proponent And I know it sounds like bad in some cases, and I agree that in some cases this isn't the best idea. I am a vocal proponent that on certain websites you should be like forced to provide an ID if you want to sign up. Like, where is the protection for other people? Who the heck is Howard Hughes? Hey, Draco. Because of all the AI bots. You mean the AI bots that didn't exist until Elon made the API worse? See, what Elon did, right, is he's been running with this bot lie for fucking centuries now. Yes, there's bots on Twitter. No, they're not doing what he says they are. And he has not provided truth that they are. What I have seen him do is he's gone like, there's a bunch of bots on Twitter, and he did this the first time to try and lower the price of Twitter, it looked like. Like, he went, I want to buy Twitter, and they were like, okay, here's the billions that it'll cost. And he was like, wow, why would I buy Twitter with all of its bot problems, right? And then they're like, no, you put the money down. And then they sued him into buying it, and he like had to buy it at like the exact same cost, but for a platform that he then had gone on to like damage reputation of. You've grown? I have? I'm a big boy? Remember me when you had like one viewer? Nope. What do you mean when you had like one viewer? You've been following me since the 16th of March, homie. I've had a community since then. You can have whatever anonymity you want online, but you need to prove to the company that you're real. So that if you do dumb shit, they can report you. Yeah, that's what I want. The thing that I want is I want an ID check on the door so that people can't like keep making accounts to come back and abuse people. There would be so much less hate on Twitter right now if people were forced to ID themselves on the way in. Because it's a revolving door. Like, you get banned, it's like, okay. I guess I'll just come back in and continue hating. Remember me when you had one viewer when you played a Mario game? I've never played a Mario game in my life. But he says they exist. He can excuse any shit he pulls. It's for taking down the bots. We're gonna take down the leftist bots. Those bots that the leftists are putting onto the app. That damn left and that damn robots. You want people to be held accountable for their shit takes? Yeah, I want to see, like, your name. I want to see your birth name on your profile picture. And I want your live current location. And then I'm going to get you. No, I'm not like that, obviously. All I want is I want people who, like, go onto Threads. Because, like, I came back to Twitter the other day. It was my April Fool's joke. I'm back. That was a joke. My joke was, I came back, bitch. And, one of the first things I did was I put out a late, like, Happy Trans Visibility Day post. And, it got liked and retweeted by a bunch of, like, my, like, trans homies. But one of the first, like, fucking people who retweeted it, and one of the first people who commented on it, was just a fucking transphobe. Someone stole your sheep VTuber, could you remember? No, that's not physically possible. I have not put those files out for anyone to grab. Those files are in completely safe locations. They cannot be stolen. Yeah, he also, like, went on to be like, I'm gonna, like, resolve the entire Russo-Ukraine war. Now I see the Twitter algorithm and, like, never knew how much posted links to my Twitter. Draco, if you find whoever you think has my, model right now, let me know about it. I'll be sure to go and, probably direct a lot of anger towards them. Now I can see the Twitter algorithm and, like, never knew how much posting links to your Twitch, like, tanks engagement. Yeah, that's, like, the only thing I do. Speak to the amiable host. He is currently available. An attendant escorts you through the dazzling violet corridors. The host's red door is always open. The attendant leaves you just as the clock begins to chime. You had a D&D question because you just remembered something weird in your old D&D session? Shoot, Jazzy. What will you tell the amiable host? You have pursued his memories enough to have an answer for him. The amiable host closes his hands around his returned locket. Now it comes to it. I'm not sure I want to know, but I've sent you out. He jumps his fingers against his cup. We don't spare our guests for truth, so why should I be any different? He fills his goblets for you both. Well, out with it. We'll tell the truth. If there was nothing conclusive to find, he might not have been any of them. He hesitates, his finger drumming against the goblet before speaking. He refreshes his goblet. I could have been any or none. I have no past anymore. You'd think I remember something, but I don't. I could write originals for myself. But what be the point? Luster has vanished from his eyes. Is this a lesson of Magdalene's? You can be anyone you choose, and in choosing, you eclipse all that you are. He goes to a drawer and takes out a sealed envelope. Full of your trouble. I am who I have chosen to be. I have that at least. Talking about strength, and the old DM said 0 strength is that of a baby. 1 strength is meat and 2 strength is a normal human. Huh? Yeah, that is way too weak. They're scaling that, like, super wrong, I think. 10 is usually an average, yeah. Zero in any character trait is what an average human peasant should be able to... Oh, 10. No. 0 is you cannot function. Yeah. Okay. If I go backstage, you're known by the host. You're permitted to socialize with the attendants and observe behind-the-scenes life at Meglin's. There are always jealous glares when someone parts the violent curtain that keeps the attendants' private space from their work. Backstage, relaxed chatter, and to a scratchy sound of music over the gramophone fill the air. Clouds of powdered makeup and tobacco wash over you, mixed with lavender perfume. Or share a drink, unwinding after a guest, is a necessity of life at Magdalene's. Glasses gleam in mellow candlelight. A party's being prepared, no customers allowed. A mourner wanders past, clad in outdated black silk. She is recreating her husband's funeral today. She's smiling. Ah. Okay. And now we just race on down to New Winchester. It was 5E. E. You know he said a normal human is 2, he gave himself an 8. Huh? We're doing a one-shot of ourselves? What? Oh, that's wildly egotistical. He made the character sheets? No! Oh, no. He just offered you a window into how he saw you. Motherfucker gave you 2 strength and said that you were just above a baby. Motherfucker gave himself 8 strength like he's some kind of, like, colossus. You basically got a max 4 in other things? Huh. Dude. If anyone is telling you that, like, 1 up from a fucking, like, baby strength is a regular person, then you've probably never been punched by a toddler. Like, I have a little sister. She could throw hands. She could probably throw hands.
Yoink. You're playing D&D in near impossible mode? Yeah. If you've got one strength, you're like frail old men on deathbed, I feel like. You're like that's you. The one shot ended after an hour because everyone died except for the DM because he also had a character. Let me guess, his character was just built better. I always thought of the idea of, like, dropping players into an IRL type campaign. Back to Power of Balance. He somehow got lucky rolls. But he never showed us his rolls. Oh my god. Jazzy, if you ever want to join a little D&D session with Shiba in the future, I will be happy to have you, okay? I will give you as best as I can. I will do as best as I can as a dungeon master. I don't know if that's necessarily a good. You'd have to ask Ginger. Ginger, how'd I do the other day? Yeah, please join us, because me and Ginger, we're like D&D dorks. Like, we're real into it. You can put me in his dungeon. Sure, you can join us too if you want, you little dork. Self-stretch. There goes my head. It fell off. Oh yeah. Won't be able to join until at least next Sunday. That's perfectly fine. I won't be able to plan anything until at least, like, next Sunday. Planning's the hardest part of D&D. I might end up finishing up the world that me and Ginger were working on. You're replacing me with Jazzy. I don't blame you, he's almost as cute as you. As if. Well, am I doing it again? Just treat you as a new player, though? Don't you worry, Jesse. I don't treat anyone, like, harshly at all. I'm also not a character killer unless, like, my party wants their characters gone. I will, like, write in alternatives. Let me introduce you to this awesome D&D supplement called Make Shit Up As You Go. Ginger, I should show you the note file that I made for our current campaign. But yeah, like, if you want to, get into anything together, Zaza, I'll be happy to have you. You should run more D&D. You're a forever player. To forever DM to forever player. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the more I DM, the more I'm like, fuck, I want to play. And then the more I play, I'm like, fuck, I want to DM. It's like, here's how I do this. And it's like, I do it, and I'm like, I kind of want to play this. DMing is mad fun. What would you know, you schmeeny? You ever DM'd, huh? Is that what I'm hearing? Oh. I look like a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card. Well, if maybe the past second or third session you actually plan shit, then you'll decide to introduce communism into your world and completely abandon the main quest. Look, it's not my fault that, like, the royalty needed to die. Why'd I say it's fun if you've never done it? Because you're weird. You also let someone who was lawful good eat corpses. And brutalize and be sexist and just extreme. Also, fun fact, that was your twin brother's character? Uh-oh. It was a holy knight, by the way. Motherfucker was not playing a lawful good character. But yeah, if you ever want to get into D&D together, like, I will happily do a little session. I don't mind DMing or playing. Also had infinite javelins. Oh man, even I'd go and pick up the javelin after I threw it. I say that I'm currently playing as a character who has a dagger of returning. And is the best little dagger. And then I like pat the dagger and my hand is bleeding. Yeah, I've been looking for excuses to try out some cool new worlds. I don't know where I'd go to next. Maybe just a fantasy world. Maybe it doesn't have to be anything like 2D extreme, you know? Like, I keep being like, maybe I should make a world inspired off Sunless Skies, or what if there was a world that was just flooded, or like, you know, what if I just make a normal world? What if I just have, like, biomes? The only reason your old DM said you didn't need to worry about buying arrows was because you were just a ranger and had my survival and craft woodwork skills, so you just figured you'd make them. No, but that's, like, really valid. Can you imagine how annoying it would be if you, like, fucking DM somebody turn to you, like, do you have arrows? And I was like, I was supposed to get arrows? And I was like, yeah. Yeah, buddy. Like, you never made that clear. So your friend's character got charmed and nearly killed your brother's character. And he flipped out and got angry and screamed in her face and got banned from ever coming back. Holy shit. That's one of those DM horror stories that you put on, like, fucking, like, green text and stuff. Or if you want to buy some, like, high-quality arrows from Mithril instead of just basic arrows. I don't know how rangers work, but, like, the more you're talking about it, the more I want to play a ranger. Jazzy literally has PTSD D&D sessions. PTSD and D? Post-traumatic stress dungeons. And dragons. It's okay, Zazzy, I'll beat his ass, don't you worry about it. Why you haven't been asking if Joshua William want to get potions? Because Josh just keeps eating medicinal herbs, spitting them out, and shoving them into people's noses. And it makes sense, because he's like a traveling little nomad. He just, like, picks them up and, like, just fucking chews them and stuff. Yeah, maybe I would play as a ranger, if I got another opportunity to play. The thing is, I shouldn't have more than 3 campaigns going at once. Completely understandable, Zaza. You end up as an arcane archer, so the arrows weren't the thing that was dangerous about you. The attention gate spell. Hey, yo. You like playing goofy little guys? You don't be my little goofy little guy. Hey, yo, you're gonna own Beanie? The microphone slowly descends from the ceiling. You gonna spit some bars on him? You gonna spit some bars on him? Okay, for real though. I'm probably gonna wrap up stream, y'all. It's been 4 hours. I managed to push past that sleepy limit I usually get when I'm streaming. I'm sheep. Probably just gonna wrap it up. I feel fucking tired and I need to go get food. Yeah, thank you all so much for stopping by, because it has been fun. I've learned that Jazzy's into D&D. That's exciting. I can get him into a campaign in the future. Throws the lasso. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by. I will see you all probably tomorrow if I can get VTube Studio to work without an immense set of stress. But if I can't get VTube Studio to work, I'll see you on Tuesday. And I will try and, like, raise some concerns on the VTS Discord. Well, thank you so much. I live so much.